Sometimes we plan how to go about things. There will be hiccups that you don't know about. Yesterday, when we were talking about performance management, one aspect that we dwelt on was your supplier's arrangement. That if your supplier's arrangement is a little bit faulty, then it may mess up whatever management you have put in place. Just like you may not be aware, the Zoom we were supposed to use this morning got expired this morning, and it has to be reactivated. There are naira value, but they don't accept naira, they wanted dollar. And that was what we were running around to do. Fortunately, before the end of the first lecture, the account will have been reactivated. And that is supplier's problem, because the Zoom director, the Zoom contractor did not make us aware of this problem in time. We would have at least assisted him to get the things done as we are assisting him now. So, the topic, like I said, is performance monitoring and benchmarking. Yesterday, we talked about performance management and measurement. But again, in the illustration I used in starting the lecture yesterday, it brought about the importance of performance monitoring and control. We refer to a mother that has two children, and he gave these two kids different assignments. And he monitored the first kid as he's doing the assignment. He left the second kid unmonitored. At the end of the task, the first kid that was monitored properly delivered, and the one that was left unmonitored could not deliver. It brings about the importance of monitoring. So, when you want performance in any assignment given out, you need to monitor the activities that are being undertaken. As it is now, we are talking about benchmarking and performance monitoring. We've asked the word benchmarking severally. We may not know the meaning technically, and how is it related to performance. Benchmarking is not a performance measurement tool. It is not a performance measurement tool. There is this misconception by people that when they are talking of performance measuring tools or model for measuring performance, they look at benchmarking as one of it. No. Benchmarking is a technique, a process by which a performance standard is established through comparison of one group to another similar group. In benchmarking, there is something we call peer group. What we call peer are similar group. When we, in academics, when we talk of peer review, we are talking of an academic wrote a paper or a journal, another academician review that journal. So they call it peer review. But in benchmarking, we use benchmarking to establish standard or best practice. Let me say, for example, for many years, the UNILAG security post was considered one of the best security posts in tertiary institution in Lagos State. each tertiary institutions who want to establish a security post that is functional and performing may need to come and understudy how UNILAG security post is run. Now, the standard there now is UNILAG security post. The other school wants to attain that level, and they want to use UNILAG standard. So it means UNILAG security post standard is the benchmark for other schools who want their security, efficiency, and post to be at the same level with that of UNILAG. So they now say, okay, the benchmark for security performance of tertiary institution in Southwest is UNILAG security post. So Yaba Tech we want their security post to be like that of UNILAG. Sometimes ago, Yaba Tech introduced DISC, transport DISC, vehicular DISC, just as UNILAG has. And they use this DISC to monitor the number of vehicles that enter the campus and the number that are leaving every hour. They were referencing UNILAG as benchmark because UNILAG started that procedure before them. Now, when we are talking of benchmark, we are referring to a peer group. And when we say peer, similar group, you see UNILAG is similar to Yaba Tech. Yaba Tech is similar to Federal College of Technical and what do you call the school here now? Federal Technical College. Federal Technical College is similar to FSTC, Federal School of Science and Technical Education. So you can only compare those that are of similar background. You cannot compare Yaba Tech with Federal Medical Center, no. You can't compare UNILAG with King's College. No. You look at those who have similar background to compare. And when you are comparing institutional wise, you will use the one that has an established standard as a reference point. That one with established standard is now the benchmark for those who want to attain that level of performance. I don't know whether that is clear. Is it clear to us? Yes. Now that is between institution to institution. Now if you want to pick a component within institution to institution, we have big security posts. Now we want to look at cleaning standard. Cleaning standard in the University of Lagos and cleaning standard at Yaba College of Tech may not be at the same level. Maybe Yaba College of Tech cleaning standard is higher than that of UNILAG. Then UNILAG will say, okay, let us look at the cleaning standard of Yaba Tech as a benchmark for cleaning standard of UNILAG. And they will now compare how many meter square of road do the cleaner clean in Yaba Tech and how much does it cost to clean it. Then they will arrive at cost per meter square at Yaba Tech. Then UNILAG wants to do the same indices, the same measurement to reference the performance of cleaning in UNILAG. Let's say, for example, the cost per meter square in Yaba Tech is 500 naira per meter square. UNILAG will say, okay, we want to use that cost per meter square for cleaning in Yaba Tech for cleaning in UNILAG, and want to ensure that we attain the same standard of cleanliness that is attained in Yaba Tech. That Yaba Yabatech cleaning standard is now a benchmark for measurement or for performance monitoring of Unilag, because each time Unilag will be referring, okay, how is the cleaning here? Is it up to Yabatech standard? Is it up to is the cost similar to that of Yabatech? In that way, they can monitor the cleanliness of their environment. So when we're talking of benchmarking, is a means of checking the deployment of resources. And when you apply it directly or correctly, it brings an effective value management of facility service provision in the system. The fact that comparisons are made between two peer groups, differentiating between budgets. You know, when you have budget and you have expenditures, you compare budget with expenditure and see if you are within budget or you are spending outside the budget. But that is within the same unit. However, performance, as we're talking about now, is very, very different. Benchmarking is within a peer group. It's not within budget. So it's a different thing between budget monitoring and performance monitoring. Like I said at the beginning, benchmarking is usually mixed up with performance measurement technique. However, it is not a performance measurement technique. It is a monitoring performance method, and it is a systematic process of evaluation. Importantly, it provides a methodology that uses performance criteria for improvement. In facility management, benchmarking is defined as a process of comparing a product, service, process indeed, activity or any object with other sample of a peer group with a view to identify best buy or best practice. We need to understand benchmarking in this respect. It looks for how to get the best practice, the best value for what we want to do. And we achieve that by comparing with a standard that has already been established somewhere else. The way the Unilag monitor its security post, Yabatech wants to monitor its security post the same way. The way Yabatech monitors its security post, Federal Technical College wants to monitor its security post the same way. They are now using Yabatech security post as a reference point, as a benchmark. But for you to do benchmarking, there are processes. The processes is that the first thing you select a peer group. A peer group. Now the first process is to select the peer group. After selecting the peer group, you see there must be two groups. A group who wants to achieve and a group that has achieved. A group who wants to achieve want to use the standard of the group that has achieved to upscale its own performance. So that's why we refer to Unilag Yabatech Federal Technical College, and it must be similar grouping. So after selecting the peer group that is similar to you, you cannot use Yabatech versus medical center. They are not the same thing. Now you must use Yabatech with another institution, Unilag. Use Yabatech with another institution, Federal Technical College. But you cannot use Yabatech with Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, with Federal Ministry of Health. No. They are the similar group. So you do similar grouping, then identify out of the two groups, the group that has a higher standard of performance in that area you want to achieve, and you compare their standard to upscale your home, and that is you use their own standard as a benchmark to improve your home. And we've talked about cost per meter square for cleanliness. So you must accurately measure the total road area involved in your own organization and the one in Unilag. How much does it cost them to clean the road in Unilag? If they have 1,000 meters square and it costs them 1 million naira to clean the road, it means they are spending 1,000 naira per meter square. So, how much is your own? If you want to scale down and you cannot afford 1,000 naira per meter square, maybe what you can afford is 500 naira per meter square. It means the quality you are going to attain is going to be almost half of the quality of Unilag home. Because cost comparison shows that Unilag spend 1,000 naira per meter square, while your own you can only afford 500 naira per meter square. But for quality standard and service, you must be ready to devote the same amount of money that Unilag devote for the cleanliness of their own road. After selection of peer group, the next is the parameters to be used. Parameters to be used. And the parameters to be used, like I have given you the example of the road. For the road, per meter square. And security, yes, it will be cost per vehicle, per unit of vehicle. How much do they spend on monitoring vehicle per day? If they spend 350,000 naira to monitor 350,000 vehicles in and out a day, it means they are spending 1 naira per vehicle. So how much we expend on monitoring of vehicle or security component of the university system in a day? The cost must be comparable with your own that you are scaling up. Then the classification protocol. The classification protocol are critical to the success of benchmarking. As mentioned before, whatever you want to compare must be available in the peer group you have selected. If you want to compare road in the peer group, then the road must be available in the two groups. So you can compare road A from group A with road A from with road B from group B. So the protocol must be similar, and it is very important for the success of benchmarking. For example, if you are to benchmark maintenance services, the system in place at your own institution must be similar to the system in place in the other peer group institution. For example, if Unilag use preventive maintenance strategy, you cannot compare it with breakdown maintenance strategy of another institution. You must compare preventive maintenance strategy of Unilag with preventive maintenance strategy of Yaba College of Tech. So what we are comparing must be similar. In addition, members of each peer group needed to be motivated in terms of performance and the activities considered to be benchmark. They must be carried out under similar conditions. It's not as if institution A is operating under a different condition and institution B is operating under another condition. They must operate under the same condition for them to be compared. Like I said, appropriate parameters must be selected. If I want to compare Unilag with Yabatech, then what are the component units I want to compare? The first parameter, security post. Second parameter, road. Third parameter, general security of the campus. Fourth parameter, hostel accommodations. And so on and so forth. It means I will compare hostel accommodation of Unilag with hostel accommodation of Yabatech. Road of Unilag with road of Yabatech. Security post of Unilag with security post of Yabatech. Whatever I'm comparing must be similar. That performance criteria. So, but it is not only cost, because there is this feeling that when you are doing benchmarking, it's only to establish cost. No. For example, like I said, when we are doing road, we said 1,000 naira per meter square. So people can simply know it is just to compare the cost, what it costs Unilag to maintain its road to what it costs Yabatech to maintain it. No, there are other areas, space use. Whether we like it or not, everybody knows that Unilag has a larger space use than Yaba College of Tech. So space use can be compared. Another thing is facility management, facility maintenance management. Now, the type of management available in Unilag compared to the 5 type of management available in Yabatech. Currently in Unilag, what they have is works and services. What they have also in Yabatech is works and services. The two institutions are trying to transform into facility management unit, but they have not yet done it. But currently, what they have in Unilag is what they have in Yabatech, which is works and services department. Another thing is computer-aided facility management system. It can be compared. Is Unilag using computer system for maintenance management, or they are still doing it in the analog way? Yabatech, are they doing computer system or analog way? I can speak on behalf of the two. The two institutions are still analog. Both Yabatech and Unilag are still operating in an analog way. And when we now talk of quality of facility services, how do you measure quality other than to ask those who are using the work or the product whether what they are using is quality? If you ask, there's something we call subjective survey. You ask the management of this hotel to tell us whether their hall is good. What will they tell you? They will say it's good. That's subjective. But if you ask those who rented the hall to talk whether the hall is good, they will give you objective survey. Very objective. Yesterday when I was talking about performance management, I said one of the analysis we did before we chose this place is electricity. That if the light goes off, within 1 minute is brought back. I didn't know that some of you were taking note. At the end of yesterday's lecture, some people approached me that so this place we noticed that every time they take away the light, within 1 minute they bring it back. That is satisfaction, customer satisfaction. Now, output performance. Output. I have not seen anybody running around there and said, where is their toilet? The toilet is dirty and somebody come and clean it. I've not seen anybody saying that, because the toilet has the necessary facility to make it convenient. We all know services is to provide comfort, convenience, and the male toilet and the female toilet that are provided here are good enough to meet that standard. The facility manager also ensure that they emulate best practice for value for money. For example, now, let's assume I'm from Yaba Tech, and I want to develop the security post of Yaba Tech. Then I want to compare the security post of Unilag with security post of Federal Technical College. And I found out that security post of Federal Technical College is better than that of Unilag. But Federal Technical College has less prestigious name than that of Unilag. I will not, because of name, choose Unilag. I will choose best value, which is the security post of Federal Technical College, to compare with that of Yaba as benchmarking. But if Unilag is better than Federal Technical College, I will choose Unilag. In overall, benchmarking provides facility manager all the necessary information required to improve the overall facility management service delivery. For example, we've been able to compare various components: road, security post, hostel accommodation, electricity, and so on and so forth. Each of these will have cost center. What is the cost for generating wattage of electricity in Unilag? What is the cost for generating wattage of electricity in Yaba Tech? What is the security cost of monitoring 350,000 vehicles daily in Unilag? What is the cost of security monitoring of 350,000 units of vehicles in Yaba College of Tech? When we give example of ₦1 per vehicle, and if Yaba Tech is ₦1 per vehicle and they have the same quality, then it is acceptable. But you cannot spend ₦1 per vehicle in Yaba Tech and not meet the standard of Unilag. So the cost and the quality of service goes together. Yesterday, when we were discussing of all the model of technique used for measurement, we said the most important and the most suitable is the balance scorecard. Can you recollect that?
Yes, sir.
That balance scorecard, after using look ahead, look backward, objective, company vision and mission, and to assess those models, the best one is the balance scorecard. And this balance scorecard model was first introduced in 1992, developed by Kaplan and Norton. But the framework was developed in 2003, and it has four perspectives. It has customer perspective. This customer perspective look out for how is the organization looking at the customer, how are the institutions looking into the customers. I referred to this yesterday that the institution, if it is a tertiary education institution, must actually regard their customer who happen to be staff and students. You cannot be, you see what obtained now in most of our tertiary institutions is that service provider are like Oga to those they are providing the service to. And that is the difference between hotel, hospitality building, and public institutions. In hotel, the customer is king. You are treated with due respect. As you are leaving your room, they go back there and clean it for you. In the institution, nobody, if they clean the conveniences in the morning, maybe it is the next time is the next tomorrow or thereabout. But not like that in the hotel or hospitality building. The service quality in hospitality building focuses on their customer as king, while service quality in tertiary institutions look at their customer as subsidiary, less important, not as king, and that is affecting the mode of delivery of their services. If you look at in the same tertiary institution, the rector's office, the vice chancellor's office, the kind of quality of delivery in these places will be very, very high compared to ordinary office in the institution. So what we are saying is that there should not be double standard in the system. The standard should be the same. If you look at the standard, I went for accreditation in Gateway Polytechnic 1 year. Gateway Polytechnic has their own guest house, but they cannot put us in their own guest house. They have to go to Babcock University guest house to lodge us, because Babcock University guest house has this mentality of hospitality building focus, service delivery. The service, the top notch, the treatment is very high. Just like an hotel, that's the way they treat it. So if an institution who has an hotel cannot put their visitors in that hotel, I have to go and look for another hotel to accommodate them. It is a condemnation of their service delivery. Now, internal process. What internal processes of certifying customer must you excel at? How are you relating to your customer? What area do you have to improve upon? These are the second question you need to ask yourself under balance scorecard. Yes, you need to, we said yesterday that if a child falls down, he looks ahead. If an elderly person falls down, he looks backward. If you need to look back at what you are doing to see if what you are doing is actually achieving the objective you set for it. If it is not, then you will have to review it. You have to review it to attain the same objective you set for it. And what financial area must you improve upon? You will agree with me that in most public institutions today, so much money are spent on paper documentation. You want to request for material, you use paper to request. You want to go for leave, you use paper to apply. All this can be improved upon by digitalization. All these things can be done through online request and application. So you need to look at what are those areas of improvement that can improve on your finances in the institution, in your company, in your organization, that will make your work to be less cumbersome and profitable. Now, innovation. How can your organization learn and improve? How can your organization learn and improve? Look at what is happening in Lagos State now. During Jakande era, he wanted to start metro line. He did a lot of work for the metro line that time. But unfortunately, the government of the day did not align with that objective. So the millions or billions of money Lagos State put for that metro line did not see the light of the day. However, from 1983 to 2003, about I think about 40 years, I think. 40 years, the metro line just came on board. What could have been enjoyed 40 years ago was delayed for 40 years. The cost 40 years ago was multiplied in many folds 40 years after. For people that are using it now, are enjoying it. Lagos State government look at the dynamism of population growth and find out that the kind of vehicular movement arrangement in Lagos cannot match up with the population growth. So they came up with the idea of metro line, but the federal government did not buy into it. So your organization, you want to see what are the innovations you have to bring in that will make this organization perform. Yesterday, when we were doing performance management, I gave examples of Nokia, Sagem, and Samsung, and iPhone. Only two of them live up to standards because their research and development keep looking in the next year. What are those things these people are looking at? When iPhone started, there was no medical applications on it, but now they realize that people don't have time to go to doctor just for blood pressure measurement, just for heartbeat measurement. They can do that on their own. So they develop the app and put it in the phone. More of these things. Now they also discover that, okay, your phone can be in your car and it's not with you. They develop smart wearable, your watch, and it will be linked with your phone. While the phone is in the car and there is a call, the phone that is linked to your handset will ring, and you can talk, chat, and do all what you can do with your phone with your smart wearable. These are the things, innovation, that these companies are bringing in to ensure that they remain afloat. So the organization must be able to do that to remain afloat and relevant. The balance scorecard model is what you see on the screen. Financial perspective, how do we look to our shareholders? At the end of the year, when you give annual report, how will the shareholders see us? Will they see us as performing or non-performing? To your customer, what will the customer say about us? In your school, can your students say the services you are rendering are good enough and is of high quality? And if they are not, what can you do to improve it? We mentioned some of the things that can be done yesterday. Internal business process perspective, how works are done. Some of the way works are done can be changed to improve upon it and ensure that things are done in a better way. Where human face when you are dealing with your students, your customers, don't behave as if you are the king or you are the lord over them. If you go to the customer service in the hotel and you are asking for questions the way they will attend to you, you will be happy yourself. Even if you don't want to stay, you may be motivated to stay. The same thing if you go to bank, customer service relation, we attempt to do diligently with respect, and those of them who does not do that, we find out that their customer live in droves. They don't want to remain there. So how you relate to your customer is very, very important. Learning and growth. That's what I've just finished discussing about innovation. What are the new things you want to learn that will make the work of the organization better than the way it is now? And how does that impact on the growth of the organization? The argument against the balanced scorecard, like I mentioned yesterday, was that it measures qualitatively. Qualitative in the sense that, say, okay, our performance this year is fair. It is excellent. It is good. But we may measure it last year, it can still be fair. This year, we still say it's fair. We don't know whether we made progress or we did not make any progress. So because of that argument against balanced scorecard, some people said will not be a good way of measuring performance. And that leads to improvement required for the balanced scorecard to turn it into quantitative measurement tools. In the financial growth perspective, you look at the financial growth of the company, you look at cost reduction per productivity improvement, you look at asset utilization, you look at management of working capital under the strategic objectives. Now, in the strategic measurement for financial growth, you use cash flow to measure financial growth. You use cost reduction rate for productivity improvement. Then you use service sharing with other units to measure asset utilization and reduction in the working capital. Then for customer perspective, timeliness of service. How quick do you dispatch your service? Yesterday I mentioned something I call turnaround time. Turnaround time is the number of time or how long it takes you to discharge your service after complaint was received. So what is the timeliness of the service you are rendering? Do you render your service within 1 day of complaint, 2 days of complaint, or 1 month after complaint is not done it? Service quality. Your customer will be able to talk about the quality of service, range of service offered, effectiveness of partnership, communication and coordination. Then internal process. Do you use computer service in the training or in the processes of the work you are doing? Do you understand your customer? When the customer make a demand, do you understand them, or it takes you longer time to understand what they are talking about? Your staff, are they competent? Process efficiency, the workflow, is it done in an efficient way and efficient manner? Then the teamwork and coordination. In most of works and services department, you have mechanical, you have electrical, you have carpentry, and there are works that may bring the 3 units together to do the work at the same time. How seamlessly do they work together? Are there conflict areas? Do they work together without complaint? All these things are measured under internal process. Learning and growth. You look at technology leadership. How do you people imbibe the use of technology in the dispatch of your work? You will be surprised that most quantity surveying departments in works and services are still using Biro and pen instead of using software. What of continuous service improvement? The way the works were done last year is still the same way you are doing it this year. Is there no better way of improving it? You must be able to think and look at the way your works are done. Is there a way I can improve upon this? Then upgrade staff competencies. How often do you send your staff on training? Some of you are on training here. How often do you come on training to improve and hone your skills? Some organizations do not train staff. Some regularly train their staff. And all these are what we use to develop the improvement to the balanced scorecard. The proposed improvement to the balanced scorecard is that each of these strategic objectives are weighted and values are added to them, and taking through statistical analysis uses a particular activity physical state, condition of that physical activity, then the type of failure of defect associated with that activity, then the policy of maintenance that is in the organization that is maintaining it. Now, if you look at this table, what this table is doing is that for financial growth, if you look at how often do they discuss budget, we all know that a budget of 100 million can be earmarked for a unit, and this budget is to be disbursed 4 times a year. It means 25 million first quarter, 25 million second quarter, 25 million third quarter, 25 million fourth quarter. In a year of this 100 million budget, how many quarters were successfully disbursed? Because it is on record that some units will not even collect 50% of disbursement throughout the year. And that will hamper the progress of work in that unit. Productivity measure with cost reduction. When you look at the work you are doing, what is the percentage of cost reduction? Is it up to 50% of what it costs you to do the work? Now that you have improved the process, have you been able to save any cost? What you save, is it up to 50%? Is it between 40 to 50%? Is it between 40 to 45%? And if it is over 50%, the weighted value is 5. If it's 40 to 50% is 4. If it is 30 to 40% is 3. 20 to 30% is 2. 10 to 20% is 1. And that is how those weighted values are attached to improve the balance scorecard. A graphical image of the balance scorecard is shown on the screen. Financial growth, we have explained it. All what is there I have explained before. So we move to the last. He said, let us see how to use the balance scorecard software. I want to believe most of us have downloaded the balance scorecard. I have downloaded it, raise up your hand. I have downloaded it, raise up your hand. 1, 2, how many of us? 3, 4. It's because we didn't come early enough. Those who came earlier, we even told them to copy from those who have downloaded and installed. However, those of you who have downloaded, I want to give 10 minutes. 10 minutes or 5 minutes to copy for those who have not downloaded. Are the balance scorecard set up? Don't touch anything there. Don't touch anything there. But if you want to adjust it or adventure, the financial performance F, which is the first one there, double click on it. If you double click, you will see that it has given you a perspective ID. It gives you perspective, which is financial performance, and the value is 1. The value between 0 and 1. Then all those items, that is strategic objective under financial perspective, are financial growth, productivity measurement, asset utilization, management of working capital. But all these are standards that have been inputted in the software, so no bother to change them.
They are constant.
Are they constant? No, they are constant. The perspective ID 2 is customer satisfaction, and strategic objective are what are listed here. So you can exit. If you want to see everything there, you click on each of those perspectives. It will show you the objective under the strategic objective under them. So exit. Now you go to performance analysis. You see, under the financial growth, the work you are expected to do, are you there? Are you all there? Under the financial growth, let's assume you want to measure the financial perspective of your company organization. You cannot do it alone or sit down in your wardrobe, in your bedroom, and think you will get all the data required. But information may be gotten through the accounts department. For example, how often do they disburse? You want to measure cash flow in the organization. The question they ask me here is that is it very regular? Do you have regular disbursement of budget or internal generated revenue? Is it very regular? That is, all 4 quarters allocation received as at due, only 3 quarters were disbursed, only 2 quarters were disbursed, only 1 quarter disbursement was received. No budget disbursement was received throughout the year. Pick one that is relevant to the organization. Pick one that is relevant to the organization. Budget in your organization, do you receive the 4 quarters? Do you receive 1? Do you receive 50%? Do you receive 3 quarters? Yes?
The question is, the last time you said you click on the balance total, but we should not change anything.
That is under the setup.
Under the setup. Now, you exit that setup.
We've left the setup.
You are now
under analysis now. Click on analysis. You see, employee competence. How do you measure competence of employee? Number of rework. If your employee are assigned work, they do the work and they do it and they do it and they do it more than 5 times before the customer is satisfied. It shows the level of competence of the employee. It means they are not competent. So now, from your experience, how many rework do your staff do before customers are satisfied? No rework, 1 to 2 rework, 3 to 5 rework, 5 to 7 rework, 7 to 9 rework, over 10 reworks. Pick one. Next, process efficiency. That is given by the maintenance staff. That the procedure in place for them to carry out their work is efficient. So, are the staff satisfied with the way they are working? Are they very highly satisfied? Are they always complaining? Is it highly satisfied, average satisfied, low satisfaction, low satisfaction? Pick one. Teamwork and coordination. On next, then you come to internal process performance. The teamwork and coordination is measured with number of multi-skilled workers in the organization and level of contact with customers. How often do they have contact with customers? Daily, every 2 days, 3 days interval, once in a week, every 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks. Pick one and click next. How many of your staff are multi-skilled? 50%, between 40 and 50%, between 30 and 40%, between 20 and 30%, between 10 and 20%. Pick one. The advantage of that is that if you have plumbing work and there is a mason who can do plumbing work, you can ask him to go and do it. So how many of the staff are multi-skilled? Then works and services rendered with modern tools and equipment. Is the work carried out with old equipment and tools? Are they carried out with modern tools and equipment, with no computer? Are they carried out with modern tools and equipment? Pick one and click on next. Learning and growth is measured with technology leadership, service improvement, and innovation, staff competence and development, continuous service development, and the attitude of maintenance staff very satisfactory, highly satisfactory, satisfactory, lowly satisfactory, not satisfactory. Pick one and click on next. Staff competency and development training. Staff at any question. Staff are regularly trained. Staff are occasionally trained. Staff are not trained at all. Pick one. Then, new facility. When an organization has facilities, when those facilities are aged, they are old, how often do they replace them? Are they replaced immediately? One packed up, or they are occasionally replaced, or they are rarely replaced, or they are never replaced? Pick one. How is promotion in your organization? Are staff regularly promoted, occasionally promoted? Are staff never promoted? Pick one. Pick one. Learning and growth is measured with technology leadership, service improvement, and innovation, staff competence and development. Is learning and growth average relevant to your organization? Is it obsolete and require new technology? Is the technology in use very relevant? Pick one. Pick one. And click next. When you click next, it said it's finished. Not so?
Yes.
So when you click on finish, you click on finish. Then that is where we have it that I told you. Now you have completed the assessment. If you click on View Performance Analysis Index, click on it. It's not responding. Because the API there is detached. So when the software programmer comes tomorrow, he will fix it. Okay. But the process of doing it is what we have done now.
Yes.
Now we have completed it. The next thing is to see the performance.
Yes. We have brought the balance scorecard.
We have brought the whole. Let me see.
Ready for
Okay. Okay. He said they scroll it up. Wow. In your financial performance, page 5, where? Total performance measure is 13. And 13, that is index, performance index is 13. And there is a range. Yes. We have looked at the total.
Go to page 5.
It's 43. That is satisfactory. Now go to percentage performance. Go back to where the result is generated. You can either get the result in index format or percentage format.
See when you click, you
So now percentage. Now you can now see when we said yesterday that when he said satisfactory, you don't know the percentage. But now you can look at the percentage. Look at the percentage. That percentage here is 41 to 6. You know we score 41.
Yes.
That is what is called satisfactory. Now go to the percentage value. So you may be 41 this year and be 43 next year. That is the improvement we brought to you. This is 36.27%. 36.27%, that is satisfactory. Now net debt may be 38 or 39%. We know there is a slight improvement. But if you are using descriptive, you will not be able to know. But what if it drops? Yes, you know you have more work to do. Okay? That's all about
So we were not sure. We were trying different.
You just click on.
I just clicked on it and it came up.
after a while, because
Do you still remember the?
you see the same to the first year.
Without
But it's only that first year that match
Okay, that one.
That brought us to the end of the lecture.
Thank you, sir.
That brought us to the end of the lecture. The next lecturer will come online, and after 3 lectures, we do question and answers.
Good afternoon. Participants here present physically and participants online. I will be talking on the sustainable facilities management, the vital role of what vital role FMS can play. The lecture outline is as projected above. Though we know what facilities management is, we will just take few seconds to brush through it. And why sustainability? We will also go through the core competencies of facilities managers. What is sustainability? Pillars of sustainability, sustainability initiatives, and also key influencing factors of implementing sustainability agenda. From there, we will also look at capability challenges in facility managers, in facility management personnel towards achieving sustainable goals and the conclusion. We will just take 2 definitions of facilities management to whet our appetite about the lecture. The first one is by Barrett, 1995, that states that facilities management is an integrated approach to operating, maintaining, improving, and adapting the buildings and infrastructure of an organization in order to create an environment that strongly supports the primary objectives of an organization. This is also supported by IFMA 2006 that defines facilities management as a practice of coordinating the physical workplace with the people and work of the organization. It integrates the principles of business administration, architecture, and the behavioral and engineering sciences. Stemming from this, may I ask why sustainability in facilities management? Can someone provide an answer to that? Why is sustainability emphasized in facilities management? One or two contributions from the participants. Any response?
Sustainability in facility management is necessary because if you look at the two definitions you just gave us, the emphasis is on support of the business. So for the business to be sustained, facility management has to be sustained. It's essential for the business to continue.
Thank you so much. Another person?
I think when we are talking about sustainability, it starts to do with the dynamic nature of what the facility management is involved, so that it will not become obsolete. They can keep on changing with pace of time, and that is where the sustainability comes in.
Thank you so much for the two contributions. The next slide will support what you have all said. You can see from the core competencies of facilities management posted above, they are 11 in number, and this was carried out by a study of KGT in 2009 over 62 countries, and they came up with the core competencies of facilities managers. 11 core competencies: communication, emergency preparedness and business continuity, environmental stewardship, and sustainability. So it is one of the core competencies a facilities managers must have. Okay, so stemming from that also, we can also see that based on what I said yesterday, that we should not, as facilities managers, we should not just limit our scope of service to post-construction phase of the building, that is managing the facilities after the facility has been completed and handed over. Okay, we can see there that facility management is a profession that involves in the 4 phases of a building life cycle. That is right from the inception to when the building will be dismantled or otherwise. Okay, site and project planning, design and construction, operation and maintenance, and refurbishment and demolition. However, we focus on the last 2. As it is now, the belief of most facilities, most professionals in the business of facilities management believe that what they can, the level at which they can come in are the last 2 stages, that is operation and maintenance, as well as refurbishment and demolition. But in recent times, we have to think out of the box to see that we have more responsibilities to shoulder. So from this, sustainability should be our watchword. Then, what is sustainability? I just took one definition from World Commission on Environment and Development, 1987, which defines sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That is, whatever we do now, that we have negative impact or consequence on the unborn generation in future is not sustainable. So as we are thinking of ourselves today, we should also think about the unborn generation. Okay, so we should prepare for them. A good example is, I love a small country, Kuwait. When Iraq wanted to invade Kuwait in those days. So I think US came to their aid to support them to prevent Iraq from invading Kuwait. So after the war, they had the needed fund to do some things. Okay, then the government now solicited for funding from the rich, from the wealthy Kuwaitis. And a few of them came out to say, okay, no, they shouldn't come to them for support because the funds they have been keeping for the unborn generation, they can tap into that fund and use it to solve whatever problem they have. But the king of Kuwait said no, that fund will not be touched. Okay, so that should also be our thinking as regards sustainability. We must not think of what will benefit us at the moment. We should also think about the unborn generation. So what are the pillars of sustainability? These pillars of sustainability was coined along the 3 dimensions of sustainable goals. 1, environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. These, at the moment, these are the 3 dimensions by which sustainability rests. Sustainability initiatives. Sustainability initiatives were also looked at from the angle of these 3 sustainability dimensions. That is the environmental sustainability initiatives, social sustainability initiatives, and economic sustainability initiatives. As facilities managers, we should deploy or explore into these sustainability initiatives as far as environmental sustainability is concerned. And these are energy conservation and renewable energy. Yes, we should do everything possible within our reach to see that we do not consume energy beyond limits. Okay, we should save energy consumption. A good example is our lighting fittings. Okay, we should make use or recommend the use of energy saving energy saving fittings. Okay, these are all aimed at energy conservation, and we should also think of renewable energy solutions like solar, wind, and so on and so forth. The next is water conservation. Yes, in those days, most of the sanitaries we installed in our dwellings consume a lot of water compared to modern sanitary wares that consume less water in terms of washing the WC. And we can also use automation systems. For instance, those of us who are Muslims, we can see that anytime we want to perform ablution, we just get to the tap, open the tap. Okay, look at the procedure. You want to wash your hands. You take little water, you wash your hand. What happens to the tap? The tap is on. Okay, so but in developed countries like Saudi Arabia, you can't go to the ablution center and just on the tap. The taps are removed. When you place your hand on the tap, the water flows to it. And once you remove your hand, the water stops. So these are measures of water conservation and the rest. Also waste reduction. We should minimize waste generated, the pollution and emission control, reuse and recycling of materials. Yes, some countries today they recycle whatever water they have used for various purposes. Then we should also think about green transportation and sustainable transportation. Also green procurement and ecosystem preservation. The way we deplete the ecosystem should be minimized. Then sustainability initiatives as regards social agenda. 1, occupant health and safety. I think I gave a lecture at the first workshop that as facilities managers, okay, we should look beyond just to maintain the facilities. That is, keeping the facilities in operation. We should look beyond that. We should also start thinking about the welfare and the well-being of occupants in that facility. Okay, in doing that, we will be meeting the social sustainability requirement. Okay, as regards occupant health and safety, and also occupant comfort within a building interior, also public assets and access to facilities. For instance, our building should be accessible to both able and physically challenged. This is a very key requirement. Then occupier satisfaction, quality of life, protection of cultural heritage. We should do everything possible within our reach in ensuring that our heritage are conserved. Okay? The way we demolish our cultural heritage facilities for new facilities is not welcome at all. There are places you still visit in Europe today, you will still see what they have put up in over 100 years. For instance, there are places they still maintain clay pavements on their roads. It is not as if they are not wealthy to shade that clay pavements to concrete pavers, but it's part of their heritage. They still want to have that feeling. Then increase in human habitats, yes, in terms of skills, ability, and education. Also participation and involvement of the community. Last but not the least is economic sustainability initiatives. First among these is capital stroke initial cost. Yes, capital stroke initial cost should be justifiable, okay, in tandem with, that is, vis-a-vis the need for that facility. At times, we try to spend more money without putting up any justification for it, and we try to spend less, okay, to say that, okay, we want to do something cheaper, not bearing in mind the consequence of that decision on the operation and maintenance of that facility, that is the life cycle costing. Then adaptability and flexibility of assets. Yes, our assets should be easily adaptable. For instance, if I design a facility for residential purpose today, it should be flexible or easily adapted to another use in future if I don't want to use it for residential purpose. Then durability of assets. Yes, we should ensure that whatever elements or sub-elements we are bringing in to construct an asset should be doable, so that we won't have the cost to be replacing or renewing those elements or sub-elements. Then efficiency of assets use, that the assets must be put to optimal use. Then ongoing operation and life cycle cost should be minimal. That is, it's better to spend high now and spend less during the operation of that facility. And then last but not the least is local economic impact. We should try as much as possible to depend on what we produce locally. Okay, it doesn't pay us to be importing all the time. That is why anytime there is a crisis in exchange rates, we all start crying, because Nigeria is an import-dependent economy. We should develop our local and indigenous capacity in removing us from this mess of running after dollars for importation. Key influencing factors for sustainability implementation. Yes. These are factors These are few key factors we can put into consideration when implementing sustainability agenda. One, statement of commitment. We must have vision and mission. Yes, this is a company, this should be part of the organization culture. Then knowledge enhancement, teaching and research. As we are doing now, we are teaching ourselves, okay, to have in-depth understanding of what sustainability is all about. And it shouldn't stop here. By the time we get back to our respective places of work, we should continue from where we stop. Then collaborations, yes. Collaborations among facilities managers, firms, and also institutions. Okay, that is town and gown marriage is also required. Then sustainability policy. As a facilities management firm, we must come up with sustainability policy, which will drive the operations and activities of that organization. Then what are the capability challenges in FM personnel towards sustainability agenda? One, interpersonal skill. Under these interpersonal skills, we have issues relating to lack of leadership skill, lack of decision making skill, lack of communication and collaboration. We are all gathered here for 3 days. This is the second day. We should communicate among ourselves, okay? Because the participants are from diverse areas of expertise. We should communicate and collaborate, okay? I in University of Lagos should be able to collaborate with my brothers from Niger Delta Development Commission, as well as my brothers in LACA and the likes, okay? Let us initiate that. Then lack of knowledge, skill, and capability. As we have come here now, I don't think there is issue with lack of knowledge. At least you will be better informed henceforth. Then system thinking, lack of understanding about sustainability, lack of information about sustainability, lack of understanding about law and regulation. Yes, we as facilities managers, I think by the time we start meeting, we can come up with advocacy to the government, because there are always reward systems in the developed countries, okay, to organizations that are sustainability conscious, okay. What do they do to those organizations? They give them some form of rebates, okay, and they also give them certification to be sustainable as a sustainability compliant. Then anticipatory approach, lack of a clear scope and purpose of sustainability implementation. Then normative approach. Under this, we have lack of courage to change process into sustainable ways. Yes, we have problems with this. People believe that what they have been doing before you were born, that is the way it should continue to be done. Okay? By the time you speak to your boss, and sir, why can't we change these lighting fittings to energy saving fittings? He will say, no, this is what he has been using. Are you getting me? So you may come across those kind of laggards, exactly. And we call them dangerous majority, okay? They do not want to change. They want to be doing things the same way, okay? Without seeing reason that, okay, life is not static, life is dynamic in nature. Then lack of personal competence and lack of qualified team members, and also lack of senior management commitment. Yes, it's a very big challenge. When you don't have a commitment from those at the top, yes, it will be very difficult to drive any innovations through. Then we also have strategic approach. Under this, we have inappropriate planning process, high innovation cost. Yes, sustainability is not cheap. Okay, at the beginning, it may appear to be expensive. Okay, but at long run, it is cheaper and it makes sense. Is that clear? The lack of understanding about organization financial strategy, lack of organization capital up to time constraints, yes. To drive sustainability agenda too, it may be time consuming, but it's worth it. In conclusion, as FL profession is growing and maturing, sustainability becomes an emerging focus of facilities management. The importance of the facilities management role in supporting sustainability goals for facilities cannot be overemphasized, as we have discussed earlier. Implementation of sustainability practices in facilities management will bring benefits such as reducing energy consumption and waste, increasing productivity, financial return, and corporate standing, among others. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julius Faremi, and I'm about to take this session with you to facilitate this session. The session is going to be a bit interactive, so there will be having engagement, because this session is titled Fundamentals of Environmental Management System. At the end of this session, there are quite a number of learning outcomes or learning objectives that we have set before ourselves to be able to explain the need for environmental management system, discuss through the standards that are there to drive the attainment of the environmental management system frameworks, and be able to quantitatively articulate the benefits of environmental management systems to FM organizations, as the case may be. So the first thing, the starting point is for us to look at what the environmental management system is all about, what it means. So I'm sure for some of us, we are conversant with the term environmental management system. But for those of us that are not even conversant with the term, we obviously know that in FM, environment is key. As a matter of fact, the fundamental need, or what drives facilities management, is the fact that organizations want a workplace that is conducive, and at the same time, in such a manner, or they want to run their operations in such a manner that they are on the right side of the law. Those of us that are in Lagos, we are aware of the trend now. Quite a number of buildings are being demolished, right, across Lagos now. Even existing buildings, multi-million naira investments, right? And it has always been like that. There has always been issues with quite a number of facilities, especially from the statutory point of view. For example, those of us that have our offices along the coastline on the axis of Lagos Island, I remember several years back, oftentimes what you have is people dislodging their sewage into the lagoon because they are very close to the lagoon. So the government had to come up with regulations to control that. So the environmental management system is actually a collaborative and systematic approach to manage various environmental risks in a very, very effective and sustainable way. There is no facility that does not have environmental risk. It's either your facility is constituting a risk to the environment, or your neighboring facility is constituting a risk to your own facility. So it's very, very important that we know that it's actually something that is not standing alone, and the word collaborative and systematic is very, very essential. And ISO, one of the legacy standards that is driving several business operations and guidelines for us to do the right things says that environmental management system is a part of the overall management system that includes organizational structure, planning activities, responsibilities, practices and procedures, processes and resources for developing, implementing and achieving, as well as reviewing the environmental policy. So what this means is that to even start with, every organization is expected to have environmental policy. So as facility managers in this room, I want to ask, that's going to be the first question. Can we authoritatively say that our organizations have environmental policy? Are we aware of any environmental policy in our organizations? Please, I need another mic, please. I need a second mic.
Yes, I think to some extent, I would say yes. Because I now am from the construction industry now, the construction company. We have what they call environmental impact analysis that they will do before the commencement of the project. That means that we are taking cognizance of what will be the effect of that particular project in the environment.
Okay, so that is project-focused environmental consideration. Now, have you seen? It's good. The organization is doing that. But have you seen a document that your organization says that we must do this? Because there is a difference between policy and what we call church mind. You know, sometimes we have this thing, we say church mind. I want to use my church mind, right? Because that church mind might even be that it may be the client that has requested that you must do an EIA. But I'm saying as an organization, do you have a policy? Do you have a document, even if it's a 5-page document, that says that every project that this company is going to execute, we must do EIA? Do you have you seen that? Please, still give him the microphone, madam.
What we have is this. We are ISO satisfied.
Let me pause him there. Oh yeah, please collect the mic. I want another person now. He has given me a punch below the belt. So yes. So please, sir. Let me give. Let's give him first. So what about your organization?
First of all, my name is Buda. I work with the state government. The Ministry of Physical Planning and Development Authority stipulates that there must be an EIA report for every commercial structure. It's a policy that they normally follow. Amidst other documents like LUPA and maybe the drawings and everything. But I know to make it compulsory for all commercial structure to do EIA, which shows the impact of that development on its immediate environment.
Yeah. Excellent. I know government is trying, Lagos government in particular in that area. Please, can you bring the mic to the madam here? I want to find out. I hope you are not from Lagos government.
Okay, I'm Bilda Okwe. I'm from University of Lagos. I'm shocked that Dr. Farim is asking me that. You have taught me. University of Lagos, we don't have any specific policy that I have seen in the works department. Thank you.
Okay. So it's very good. You see, I will go back to the Lagos government home. Do you know that we oftentimes assume that it's only commercial property that can actually pose environmental risk or threats? Because that's the feedback that I can deduce, right? We also often feel that it's only commercial development that can be massive. In this age and time of mass housing development, especially by private developers, we need to begin to look at the impact. We're already seeing the impact of such developments on the environment. I just gave an example. We have quite a number of mass housing estates along the Lekki corridor that we are not even sure of where their waste is meeting. Yes, microphone. So the policy, and that's why, of course, government is trying. I will allow you to comment. Okay, let me take your comment first.
On what you said, sir.
Yeah.
Any residential building
Yes.
that exceeds 4 units of apartment will do EIE.
Exist
They
spelled out.
call it PPTR.
Okay. Excellent. So, because it shouldn't just be a particular set of development, it should be about the potential of that development to cause risk, right? So, and for organizations, I'm very, very happy that I have a rep from an organization that is ISO certified. We will get there. So, the environmental management system brings together people, policies, plans, review mechanisms, procedures, and all of the things that you can imagine or that are required to manage environmental issues within a particular facility. And all these things, the demands are subject to the size and the type or complexity of such facilities. Therefore, from this our initial review or understanding, it's very, very important to emphasize that environmental management systems are standards driven, right? When we talk about environmental management system, they are actually like a guideline towards compliance to some standards. And of course, there are quite a number of standards depending on where we are operating. For example, those that are in the oil and gas, in addition to regular standards, they also have additional standards, right, that regulates what they do. For example, you have DPR. DPR will, in addition to whatever you have done based on ISO requirements, DPR has its own requirement that must be met. LACEPA,
They also have their EIE for industrial
development
and filling station.
Exactly.
And gas station.
Yeah, most importantly for oil and gas facilities, filling stations, gas plants. I'm not even sure if Embargo has been lifted on gas plant development for now. Because
they are constructing now.
They are constructing now. Because I look for several, like 2-3 years.
During Commissioner Animasha.
Yeah.
For 2-3 years. But after, I guess when Salako came in.
Okay, lifted them. No, during Salako we had issues because I was supposed to be involved on the project and the embargo was still subsisting. So
on gas.
Yes, on gas.
We had that gas explosion during.
Yes.
People are still doing it.
So we will get there. So these are issues. So the first thing as facility managers is to be aware of the standards, right? It's very, very important that we are aware. And two of those standards are the forefront. We have the ISO standard, and we have the EMAS, right? The ISO is more of a generic standard, and that's why I want to also emphasize that as facility managers, we need to really scrutinize when we are actually doing the policies against ISO standards, because ISO itself only writes the standards, right? They don't implement. So the implementation mechanism of ISO are very, very diverse. I remember before I joined the academics, we needed to get ISO certification, just like the organization have done. And we looked at all the mechanisms for driving that. Unfortunately, we are an indigenous company, a Nigerian company, so it's supposed to be a Nigerian thing. But we realized that the mechanisms available for Nigeria is just about doing the PR. Once you do the PR, you get your certification. So we decided to opt out for UCAS and ANAS. That's the UK implementation arm and the US implementation arm. And it actually paid off because, let me ask you, is yours the Nigerian ISO or international ISO? No, I'm happy that you even have.
You know, we don't have Nigeria ISO. DQS is this thing here, consultants.
Okay.
So the ISO we have is not at least it's from Germany.
Okay, excellent.
DQS from Germany. And we have our ISO on ISO 9001 2015, which is quality management system.
Okay.
And ISO 45001 2018, which is for health and safety.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. You see that what I'm saying is real, because most times clients will not take you serious if you present ISO that have been driven or you've had the implementation through a Nigerian mechanism or Nigerian organ. So, of course, the ISO processes and standards in itself are international standards, right? And they can be seen as formulas that actually describes the best way by which things should be done. I remember those days when, because for you to be ISO certified as an organization, quite a number of your staff will have to be certified as individuals. For example, I'm an internal quality management system certified person, right? So I'm an internal auditor. So, and I'm sure in your organization too, because it's the demands.
I did both internal and external.
Excellent. So we'll realize that during the training, they made us understand that there was a particular couple that got ISO certification, and it became very, very interesting because ISO is such that you cannot, it's not about what you feel, right? Everything has to be documented. It starts with documentation and it ends with documentation. And that's why I started by asking if we have policies, right? Even if it's one-page policy. In ISO, there's no recognition for, and I think everything that would be considered must be in black and white. So, and these are actually done such that everybody will always be on the same page. Even if someone new comes into the organization, it becomes very, very easy. Then we have the EMAS, which is the EU Eco Management and Audit Scheme. So they also do, they drive implementation, they have standards, they write standards. And the difference between the EMAS and the ISO is that in the case of EMAS, they drive implementation, right, beyond writing those guidelines. So, but essentially it's applicable to European Union companies and firms. So when we look at the issue of standards with respect to ISO, the ISO that addresses the issue of environmental management system is ISO 14001. And this particular ISO sets out different criteria for environmental management system. And it maps out a framework that a company or organization can follow to set up an EMS, which whatever the kind of business that you are into, whatever the type of organization, the ISO 14001 sets out those steps and the process to achieve environmental management system standard. And just like I mentioned earlier, we have the EU EMAS, which does a similar thing, especially for organizations within the EU. Now, the question now is that for you to have standards or to have certification that are endorsed by these international organizations, it's usually a very, very rigorous process. I'm sure you will attest to that. It's a very, very rigorous process. So why should we subject our organizations or begin to drive such rigorous process is the next thing. So why environmental management system? We can see some of the reasons why we need environmental management system. Of course, quite a number of these things are very, very familiar. Desertification, global warming, ozone layer depletion, deforestation. But, so those ones on the right, they are very, very familiar issues. But the ones on the left for me is what strikes me and is what I want each and every one of us in this room to really ponder on. We talk about air pollution. Then I'm going to ask another, please, microphone. Come and give microphone to Madam that is facing me. Do you think we are in any way threatened by air pollution? Let's start with that one. Air pollution at all in our workplaces, within our facilities. Do you think we have problems to really worry about air pollution? And do you think on the average organizations actually have the need to worry about this risk?
Yes, I do. Because I walk around the axis where the new road is being constructed, and I worry when I see people, some are waiting at the bus stage stop, and the atmosphere is so very, very cloudy because of dust. The construction workers do not even care, because normally there are times where you see vehicles passing around very early in the morning, spilling water on the floor. But these days, nobody cares, everybody is just there. The people don't even worry to use those masks. So I'm wondering what's happening to their lungs. So we really need to work.
That's a very, very excellent contribution. Thank you very much, ma'am. You see, we don't worry about those things, and that's why we begin to have serious issues within our workforce. You know, what's this Charlotex, or what's that, the new Baba Blue that we don't have now? There's this Charlotte. Because everywhere now I see it, I see the advert everywhere. So we are not addressing the problem. We are bringing up different things. In fact, sometimes when I see all those adverts, Baba Blue, clear your throat, why must I clear my throat? What is blocking my throat? Because the question should be, what is that thing that is blocking my throat, that is making me to have see, they give me plenty Baba Blue here. So what's that thing? And interestingly is before, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. In addition to that, I'm also worried concerning, I want to go straight to construction activities on site. If you look at haulage, the vehicles that deliver material to site is also worked at times. The discharge, and again, the power plant on site that we run on site is also contributing to air pollution. How do we solve this? We need the power plant to run our filters, that is iron works, carpentry works, the monocoats, plywood and the likes. We always make use of this plant and the haulage on site that contributes to these air pollutions. How do we mitigate this? So this is my own view concerning air pollution in construction sites. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your contribution. You see, this issue of air pollution is a very, very serious issue. And not until recently, because I know Lagos State government, that's why, it's not because they have reps here. Lagos State government is trying to embark on several initiatives to address some of these problems. Because the starting point, do you have you from the Niger Delta Commission?
Yes.
You are from there. We are from
Have you ever wanted
because the challenge we have, he said something. He said he's worried about how we manage that. But the truth of the matter is that we cannot manage what we have not quantified. You know, the starting point is for us to even quantify the level of pollution. So, Lagos State government is already deploying sensors, air quality monitoring sensors. In fact, a few years back when we started talking about air quality issues from the academia, it was as if we were sounding like a broken record. I'm sure Dr. Shoyibe understands what I'm talking about. It's very, very difficult for us to get a PhD candidate to begin to look into issues around air quality. It was very, very tough. In fact, we had to use our weight for that person to study. Because Dr. Shoyibe said something in his presentation. Oftentimes people believe that, oh, we've been doing it this way. We've always been living this way. In fact, some of them will accuse us that we are the Ajebutas generation, and that's why dust and fumes is affecting us. Right? That in their own time, there has always been dust and fumes, and they don't get to be affected. Right? So the question is, are we even monitoring the level of concentration? And for Lagos, the question is yes, but we are just starting, right? We're still at infancy. We don't have enough monitors yet. We are monitoring to even know. Let's even see areas that are more vulnerable, pollution-wise. Are you monitoring? Because within Niger Delta, several flaring activities is ongoing and all of that, and you also have heavy vehicular activity because of the commercial nature of at least Warri, Port Harcourt, rivers, right? So,
sincerely speaking, the government and its agencies have not done much in respect of monitoring air quality. As a matter of fact, in that region, the hydrocarbon emissions is severe. In fact, sometimes we worry for our children. Probably our lungs are a bit more mature, so we will cope with the situation. But for the kids, it's rather unfortunate. We just hope that government and its agencies will do better in addressing the situation. You know, occasionally there's this pointing of fingers as illegal refineries that's responsible for the emissions. Or we have the petrochemical as well that occasionally people see emissions. So it's not just illegal refineries.
I agree with you. In fact, most of those firms, for example, we are lucky in Lagos because most of those factories are within the outskirts of Lagos, along the Ogun State boundary. But just like you said, from our data, we could see that people in those areas are highly vulnerable because the level of emission is very, very huge, especially from Ikorodu to Shagamu and the authorities. Yes, you want to?
Yes, I want to say something. When he was talking, he said maybe along is a system. It's not. This thing is a gradual process.
Yes.
It's killing gradually.
Yes.
Until when somebody gets older, that the thing can now manifest.
Yeah.
But when you are talking about air pollution as well, we have those people in charge of roadworthiness for the vehicles. But actually, you see some of these diesel truck that their carbon monoxide that is emitting from their propeller can be so thick that it can even be cloud the whole road. And you are coming at the back. And we have the government. The government is not doing anything to it. Go to landfill at Ojota. At a far place, you still be perceiving the odor.
We are coming to, please, the slides, please. We are coming to the solid waste. You know, because they are interconnected. That's why I said the length, this length left, you see those three, the three that makes the arc on the left, they are serious issues that we need to really.
Even there must be a law for somebody to weed his compound and you put it outside and you just match
You see, so that takes us to the solid waste. How do we manage our solid waste? Because it's disturbing. Because these are issues. These are for us. I want us to bring the issue of environmental management system home to us as individuals and as organizations. Right? So when we look at solid waste management, what is our psyche? What's our perception? What's our orientation? He has just mentioned about the landfill at Gorjota. Miles away from that landfill, you will know that this air has something that is not safe for me. Even without any measurements, you can perceive the sulfur, you can perceive the nitrogen oxide, you can perceive all of the pollutants.
Even at times when they are burning it, the carbon monoxide that is coming out.
Do you know there was a time about 5 or 6 years back that it ignited fire itself, and I think the Lagos State government at that time thought of having some installation that can actually make them generate power from that site. But something happened, government changed, and that project changed with the government. You know, most times, yes. Yeah, but let's share my own.
Sorry, I have to cut it. We were discussing Niger Delta.
Yes.
I don't know whether most of us are aware that Nigeria is essentially a gas producing country.
Yeah.
We flare the gas to get the oil.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, gas we flare will have given us 3 to 4 times more money than the oil. And because of that, we have a serious health problem with the Niger Delta. The infant mortality is very high. And among the adults, male, the reproductive organs are highly
vulnerable.
Yes. And their skin cancer.
Yeah.
There are people going on in the Niger Delta. Then the rate of people going blind is also increasing. So the health component has not even been addressed. So whenever I hear of people complaining, the water you can't drink.
Yeah.
You can't drink surface water in the Niger Delta. It's highly polluted. The chemical from which the drilling waste comes pollutes the streams and the river. Then your borehole, depending on the depth, is also contaminated. You have to drill extensively to get to aquifer water before you can get very good water. Unlike before, where our grandfathers used to drink plain water. It's no longer possible now. Then as for waste, what type of waste we have? We produce. We have vegetable components. We have the plastic, very common now, and it's difficult to manage. We have the metal component, and we have, let's take the vegetable aspect. One will expect that to be recycled and turned into manure, and it's done in advanced country, whereby the waste collecting system will be compartment. You have your vegetable product in one consignment, the metal, the plastic.
All the segregation.
Yeah. Exactly. Then the plastic can be recycled. The metal will be sent to small cottage mills where it is rolled and turned into another flat sheet or bars we use for construction. Has the government key into utilizing the money that will have come from this? Then in the 70s, 80s, we used to have each compound, you have your waste bucket where they go around twice a week to collect waste. You pay monthly. You don't have it now. You just wake up and dump your waste into drainage. And when it drains, it blocks the gutter, everywhere is sealed up. And like in Ojota here, we also have similar problem in Port Harcourt and Calabar. The waste dump has been there for 30 years. The groundwater in the section of Calabar is polluted. You have alga, no matter the depth of your borehole. When you drill, the water coming out is polluted. Those are the areas we need to go back home with. Those of us in government, I don't know, if you have a say into the House of Assembly, let them pass a law on how we can effectively manage our environment. I think we are still coming to that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that insight, because that insight drives this our context much more hope for us. Because most of these health-related issues, we won't even know. You just realize that people are going blind. You don't know, they will say it's one God that is angry, so they need to appease the God. Or witches and wizards. So, because we don't understand that these things are closely connected to our well-being. Just last week, we had a visitor from Finland that made a presentation on air pollution. And he was trying to demonstrate how they manage renovation works and conversion of building works. You see, whenever they are working, they have cubicles. You know, in renovation works, you generate a lot of dust. You know, so what that system looks like is like a cubicle system. So the whole part where that work is being done is actually done as if you are caging the place. Let's assume that you are working here. So they now construct another something like an housing that cages builders that are working inside with several respiratory gadgets and PPEs to do their work. Meanwhile, they are doing their work, they are generating dust. The dust is confined within their own space, not polluting the totality of the environment. So we need to, and that speaks to the fact, because he asked the question, he said, how do we, goes back to that introduction, it's a collaborative thing, it's a collective responsibility, right? And we are going to see where we are going to start from as we go on. So when we talk about the environmental management system, two things are very, very important. You look at the environmental aspect and the environmental impact. And interestingly, we've gone ahead to discuss the issue of EIAs, right? Now, objectively, EIA is meant to be transparent, be an exercise that is actually defined or characterized by certainty. There should, or it's expected that there is extensive level of participation, practicability, flexibility, as well as credibility and accountability. Now, the question, sir, back to government. This EIA that we are doing for our commercial development, are they really EIAs? What mechanisms do exist to actually ascertain that these EIAs are actually real EIAs? And not that cover pages of projects are just changing, and the report is the same for the project at Lekki and the one at Ikeja. If you remove the cover page, you realize that it's the same report. Do we have mechanism to actually ascertain that? Okay. Wait.
For those of us conversant with Port Harcourt, now we slaughter about 2 bridges over there. Then the Amechi government did some bridges. We protested, but they didn't listen to us. The Greeks emptied very well. So by the time we constructed the bridges, with insight, we already saw what would happen. Now, along those bridges are the yachts that services boat houses, barges, and all those. So the intention was that whenever you are constructing the bridge, have additional 10 meters headroom so that it won't impede the maritime activities there, just mainly maintenance. They went ahead and constructed the 2 bridges. All the companies that were on the left side of the bridges are folded up.
You have blocked the access.
Because of what does it take to increase the headroom?
Yeah.
Just additional pipe.
Diameter.
Yeah. You know, and you get a competent company to handle it. Otherwise, it was our local firms. They were more interested in sharing. Yeah, we had some sad experience in NDDC. You have requests from Asoro. They want bridge road linking to social communities. What do we do? Most of the time, we design we use environmental impact assessment reports to kill such requests. Because one, drilling activities down the creeks or river will be embedded. You know, we transport drilling rigs. You see some at Marina. One sees from one of those ELCC here. How do you transport it if you breach the creeks? You know? So those are things we professionals, when they make their request, for technical ways of insisting it can't be done or it's not feasible. Well, most of what government does is still pass through the technocrats in the ministries. Even if you are punished, let it be on ground that you made a proposition that is not feasible. You still go back to it. Now it costs almost twice to reconstruct one of those bridges in Port Harcourt just to increase the headroom. Those are the things we will face.
Dr. Farrell.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, it seems those of us that are here physically are the one contributing.
Okay, can we?
The engagement.
Yes.
They ask me those.
Yes, online contributions. Yes. Do you have hands? You can raise your hand electronically.
Yes.
Because it is a very, very serious issue. The question I'm asking is that our EIA reports, we know is a requirement for some kind of development. But those reports, are they actually reflective of the reality of the potential consequence of our projects on our environment as it stands in Nigeria today? And they are not such that when you remove the cover page of 4 or 5 reports, the body of the report is the same. So contributions from online to while we take one fiscal before the online. So control room, please help us check. Those are online. Yeah.
As far as Lagos State is concerned, we have the real and the invisible.
The real and the invisible.
For big projects, mostly commercial projects, you can say they are genuine. You take all the necessary parameters to make sure that you write it well. And it's going to be vetted by a department called EDIG. But you still see them penetrating into that department to clear the job. Even if the job, the EIA is a bit that's just the constraint. But if you follow the due process, they actually write it. They have consultants that write it, and they will follow all the required parameters by the government, or the required whatever by the government, and they will submit it for clearance at the Lagos State Physical Planning Headquarters, EDIG department for total clearance and acceptance. But in most cases, the way they write it, they get clarity. So they now go through the opposite door, not the back door, or ask one of the staff to make corrections and amendments for them to be, for the document to be accepted. That's my take.
Thank you. Do you have anybody online before we take it? Control room, do you have any hands online? Those online you can contribute, please. So let's start it. Because I'm going to be sharing my own experience. So,
Sir,
yeah.
Once I find out regarding the EIA is that the government are not really doing fine in that. We have some people who are trained to write this EIA. You have a problem when you want to write it. They will condemn it until when their own people write it.
Yeah.
And when it is done like that, you see, you are the one to approve, and you are the one that is writing.
Yeah.
Who is going to check it? There is nothing like check and balances, and that's why we are having it. We are having problem with it. If those that have environmental certification that they are registered, they will be allowed to do so. I think it's going to be more effective than the way we are saying it. What we are seeing now is that if you go and see EIA or something, you see rubbish that is inside.
Yeah.
And they will take it like that.
Yeah.
Because the people that when the money exchange hands,
Yeah.
then they will pass it.
Yeah.
And just a documentation is not doing anything.
Thank you very much. I will. Okay, somebody wants to.
Yes.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I notice whenever it's cultivating, you always mention commercial building, commercial building. What about private buildings? Are they not essential that these private buildings run EIA?
Thank you very much. We mentioned that.
No, I'm not done.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay, send it. So I'm not done. I accept more. You speak more of the commercial. Where I'm going with it.
The government too. I think the charges
is much. The assessment charges is also something we should also look into. It's much. If an average people want to run EIA, you want to construct want to run EIA, you begin to think of the charges from there, going to the government, the stress you are going to meet with the government, at the same time the challenges that the jobs contributed now, that at the end of the day, they want you to patronize one of their staff. So I'm just speaking this concerning the other aspects of the government. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for raising another point. You see, sometimes, most times I hear things like the charges are much. EIA is not cheap, and that's the problem we have. In fact, fundamentally, that's the problem with EIA. You see, EIA expects that a team is actually put up. The issue of EIA is not just one person writing the report. It requires a survey by different level of experts, professionals, right? On the team of EIA, for a typical project, you might have maybe up to maybe 10 or 15 persons. And that's the problem. You see, the only problem I have is issue of compromise, because if we know that that's the only way to preserve our environment and to get things going, trust me, it's part of the project. I once worked with Stallion Properties before I moved into FM. And I remember that we were to have a project in Abuja. And at that time, as a young builder, I was worried because the company seems to just be wasting money. You see some of these companies with international output, sometimes when they begin to do things to standard, even you that is the employee will be like, if this company does not know what to use money for, they should just give us bonus. Because we have consultants and we were spending millions of dollars way back then to do visibility. You don't understand what to do a development. And we hired 3 consultants to do visibility studies for us, different visibility studies. And even way back then, about 15, 16 years back, was running into millions. What about now? You know, that's not even EIA. So eventually when the management of Stallion said that, oh, we are going to go with this particular consultant's recommendation, then this mass housing was not popular. they were part of those that started there in Abuja. The prayer was going to be in Abuja. In fact, we were at maybe 5% completion when the entire 50 units were already subscribed. And at that time, we had some other people in development, they were not subscribed to. So sometimes, I keep saying that until we see some of these things as part of our investment as organizations, the company shouldn't be seeing them as waste of resources, but as input into the project. The issue of EIA, their requirements, you must get consult. In fact, I was to be involved on school projects, and for school projects, just like he has mentioned, EIA is required. So somebody suggested to us that we should speak to a consultant. The consultant also works for Lagos State government. So when we had the meeting with the consultant, he just told us that we should not worry. He just told us what his bill is going to be. And he did not even mention about carrying out any survey, putting up together anything. So when it was done, I said, but we are also interested in the process. He said, he now asked, he said, is it the process that we are interested in, or in getting EIA report that will try for approval? And that's where the issue lies. You understand? That's where the issue lies. And that's what prompted me to answer that question. Because what he was going to do is just for us to pay him, and we get a particular report, remove the cover page, and put our own project title and description as the cover page. Case closed, and we have approval. And the moment the client rep had that, is it EIA that we want to approve? He said it's approval, it's approval. So he said it's approval.
That's what he wants.
You understand? He replies that that is it. So everybody will say no, it's not approval that we want. What are the rest of us, the other consulting team members? What are we to say?
We have somebody that was writing for us. That's EIA. He was a retired staff of Lagos State.
That is it.
And he will use all his power.
Yeah.
All those people that he has won with.
Yeah.
To go and make sure that he brings it. And what do we need?
Approval.
The approval that we
So it's a very serious issue. So, but as facility managers, the starting point for us, because we also have a role to play, the starting point for us is to begin to speak in line with what is ideal. Because it's worrisome that we will soon get to a point that some of these things will become much more awkward than now. Right? And because we are not the one paying the bills, the more false information is getting across to our clients, the more difficult it's going to be for us to convince our clients or our top management to do the right thing. Right? So it's becoming a very, very serious issue. Because the whole idea is for us to be able to assess what will be the consequence of our current development or current action on the environment at large. Please, can you project the slides? One of the things that we have in our material is that we have some critical environmental concerns. Control room. Yeah. So can we look at these 5 shots? These 5 snapshots. The first one is about the dislodgement of animals from their natural habitats. Sometimes last week, somebody in the University of Lagos, we are in the midst of monkeys and crabs. So, and our monkeys are getting bold that sometimes you may open the door of your office and you find a monkey at your door. So, last week, one of the monkeys came so close to one lecturer, and the lecturer had to do a video, and he posted it on the lecturer's platform that these monkeys are becoming so bold that they are now encroaching on our own space. And one of our professors gave a very, very intelligent response. Said, is it the monkeys that are encroaching on our own space, or we are the one encroaching on the monkey's space? Are we sure the monkeys are not going back to claim their space? And I think that was the end of that discussion on that platform. So, you see, it's another dimension to it. I'm even happy that although we are constrained in Unilag, because the cost of stabilizing the soil to actually have development is very, very high. And when you want to have development, the cost of development is also very high because you need to buy. So therefore, we don't have a choice. We have to preserve those natural habitation. Otherwise, by now, maybe the whole of University of Lagos will have been paved. But I've been to Kenya a number of times. And one thing I noticed about them is that they build in tandem with nature. Especially when you have different developments, mass development. They don't cut their heels to build. Here we will cut, we will fill. Can't we actually do alongside with nature? We visited somebody there. You will see within the person's compound, you will find a particular hill, you will come down and be like, why is this your compound like this? And that's how they build there. That they retain the natural atmosphere. And eventually, if you look at it, it's so beautiful. Look at us, even trees. Before all these trees, even before we know what we want to build, the moment you acquire a land, in fact, I think from what's that BSM? BS 6 that they use in teaching us. The first thing you find there is cutting down of trees. You understand? Remove topsoil. So I don't know they don't have a new version. Do you have a point surveyor in the house? Any point surveyor online?
They now have BSM.
So I want to find out if those things are still in that new DC Wahala. So when are you going to get them away?
No,
yes.
It will continue to be there.
Okay.
Because in this part of the world, we don't lack trees. Because, yes, we don't.
You say we don't like trees. I also disagree. We are going to vote to finish. And you also disagree. Thank God. We are continuing. We are allowing to laugh. That's interesting.
Hello.
Yes.
Like 10 years ago, like look at Italian airport now.
Yeah.
From Kenya to there, it was only one lane. The trees were left on the right.
Yeah.
What happened there? They moved to the way. But now she said, I think going back there now. You understand?
Somebody planted those ones,
sir?
Somebody planted those ones.
No, it was going before, but when wanted to expand the road, they do all the trees now. I was there.
They don't replant?
They don't replant.
No, they don't replant, and it still grow. You see, grow, so we don't have issue with plants to grow in this part of the world. I'm coming. If you give your property now to someone from maybe from Israel now to come and build for you. If you ask tree there, you will work with that tree.
Yes.
You understand? Why? Because in their own side, they do not have tree there.
Yeah.
So they need to protect the tree they have there. But now is a bad case here. Blame our work with what we have here. Because for example now, if we have a tree and we remove all the trees now, after a while you can still be planted somewhere and you see grow. Yeah. So I think that's the reason. If you look at NSFM1 from 1 to 7 or 8 now, that first place is there, clear all the shrubs. It's in there. It's in there. It's in there. Okay. I don't see everywhere it will be.
Okay, when is done? Yes. Okay. Hold on. No, it's there. Yes. Let's have I beg to disagree.
This is a very controversial subject.
I grew up
Contribution, we have contribution here.
I grew up in Lagos, late 60s, 70s, 80s. We have the GRA,
Yes.
Ikoyi, there, Victoria Island. The physical planning was such that the building line, the fence line, you dare not touch trees there. When the colonial masters were there, they gave us the building models. The same thing here by Ebutemeta. We have all these local fruits, mango, everything, everywhere. We hardly see it now. Just like the doctor said, the first thing we do is to cut off the trees. How many edible trees do we have in our premises now?
No.
You can't find them. Then the fence line is all concrete most of the time. Except in government properties, we see the fence line retained. The building line, what do? We build shops, patches. The trees, cut off. If, as we were building, we cut off trees after building, we replant the trees. Lagos, let's be sincere to ourselves. Most of the new areas in Lagos, Shokula, all those areas, are nothing but slums. Big slums. There are tourists that came to Calabar some years back when the Nando was still around. They from the air, they were suppressing almost half of the landmass were trees in the built-up areas. Then it was a tradition, you don't fence your premises. Yeah. We use trees and flowers to demarcate the properties. Hence you have all sorts of fruits, you know, within the town. So we should go back to that models. Except this axis, where else do you find trees? We in government should please insist on those things.
Yeah. In fact, just last week, my children were going to be on meeting. They are on meeting this week. So last week, towards the end of last week, my wife was saying, oh, when they start meeting, we have to take them for check-up, we need to feed them for whatever. I said, Madam, they don't have money for us to start now. So I was looking for guava and mango tree. I couldn't find the loan of my area. Because I remember that those days they just pluck the leaves and boil it. You understand? I wanted to even do that. I said, if that was what we used to take, just go by everywhere, mango, you just plug anyone, wash it, put it and put water. So we lack trees, so that's why I say I disagree. Because Saturday, this project was Saturday project. I couldn't find guava in the whole of the estate where I'm living and mango.
Sir, if they have planted that guava in Europe.
Hey, but that is what we are saying now. We are
grow, they plant it if you grow. You understand? We don't have problems with that land. They plant it if you grow. That's what happened.
I think the issue for us is that we have changed our concept and our policies when it comes to housing and development.
Correct.
Especially in terms of environmental matters.
Yes.
For instance, the architects want to design. How many architects today actually put green areas in their design? If an architect wants to design today and the person is doing external design, that's landscaping. Everything will be concrete. Everything will be concrete. But just like I had been said, prior to now, if you okay, for example, I have a brother who bought some plots of land in Abeokuta. And then when he wanted to clear, he is not in Nigeria. He actually told me, he said that make sure the people clearing do not clear any big tree on that side. And when the architect came from Lagos, he instructed the architect, you must design around these trees. So ultimately, what we've discovered is that we've changed our construction policies, our design policy, our environmental policies, such that right now, natural habitat is no longer part of our design matters and environmental matters. Just like I said, before it is vegetation that you use to demarcate properties, but now it is blocks and cement and concrete. So I think that is what we need to go back to. Start with our environment. When we are designing, how do we design? And when we take care of the environment in such matter, then it will be easy. Then for him saying that we still have trees, just like you said, it's simply because some decide to plant back. But if you look at the rate at which we cut down versus the rate at which you replant, it is very, very far. In fact, less than 5% of what we cut down is replanted.
Thank you. Yes, just to say.
Thank you. My name is Peter Onole. So, to some extent, I disagree to what he said. The reasons why we do remove some of these trees is because of the negative impact on our buildings. For instance, like the mango tree now, it has a deeper and buttress root that at a long run, it begins to pull out her building from the foundation. So that is why some of these topics are removed from our curriculum.
Well, okay. So you are in support of clear on trees.
I think if you clear out trees, and even the ones that we are making reference to, that are mango tree, guava tree, you look at the very well, the building itself is far from the tree.
Yeah.
But these days in Lagos State now, you buy a large plot of land. What's the area of the whole of land? I want to run the mango inside. It's only the space we're talking about now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, just one more contribution, you will be able to
see. What me I would say is that it is the greediness on the part of the people that are developing today.
Correct.
There is an adage in Yoruba that says that I will use my material to the last.
Yeah.
It will turn the person to become a mad person.
Yes.
Yes, if you have a slippers and you are using it and the thing is bending, you say you never use your money. People will see you on the road and you say this man is mad. See, because of commercializing, they want to make sure that they get the best out of that particular property. Otherwise, in those days, you have a small house in a big environment that you can bring your chairs in the evening and you will be discussing with your family and you will have a fresh meat because they don't have it. You are talking about tree. Go to Lekki here now. All those waters. Those people that bought Ocean View or what do you call it? They are no more. They are putting them at the back. They are now filling the back, so that they will send it to another people to come and buy. And once the nature now ask for it, and they say disaster, we are not going to be running. They have listed Lagos State to be part of future city that the floor will affect.
Yeah.
And the government is hoping they are right.
Yeah. One of the cities. Yeah.
I'll be very
Okay.
Sorry, sir. I want to support what he said. The truth is this: the construction has really contributing to the global warming. That is the truth. Have our lecturers here, Dr. Shedide is here, Dr. Fayed is here. The truth. I'm sorry, sir. The truth. This is how we are being taught. Site clearance. You clear your site. Then other things follow. Our lecturers are here. More conferences are coming. We can start changing the process.
That's the point.
If you want to clear, you want to build, make a provision for the planting. Deforestation, that is construction, no doubt about it. Even the world know about it. So please, sir, more conference, more papers, let us have this input. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing up the summary. Well, that's the point. The point is that we cannot continue with that first thing, because that's the first thing that you see BSS, and it takes forever. You know, that's the first thing. So we need to. That's why I was asking if we have QS on ground, because this advocacy needs to go back until we now see get it in BSS, SMS, maybe 9. We said we are on 7 or something. Maybe 8. Now we now say, okay, study your site, reserves trees that are going to add
value to the environment and remove it. That narrative has to be altered, has to be modified. So that's one point that we need to take up. And we can see that we also need to pay attention, because you see, as facility managers, it's not just enough to get things done. Recently, I've been stretched to the limit. You know, and also I've been here since yesterday. My mind has always been here, right? But getting time to come, in fact, the whole of yesterday I struggled with time. Why? Because recently, about 2 months ago, I was elected the subdean of my faculty. And the facilities of the faculty is under the purview of the subdean. And we are praying for resumption now, so a lot of maintenance activities are ongoing. And people have been doing maintenance activity without recourse to any other thing. I just want to do my work and go. No consideration for anything at all. So I've been on their neck. In fact, every day I tell them, see, this new subdean is first and foremost a builder. Second, is a maintenance person. So you can't do this thing the way you have been doing it. It's not possible. And it's like I'm speaking French. They are like, which one is this new subdean that is delays, making our work difficult? But the change must start. We have, that is the morning like this, once I come in and with them, and unfortunately for them, I'm also an hands-on person. I can use the tools, I can demonstrate. So I'm not just a book person. So we have to begin to make those changes. Otherwise, nothing will change. When you look at how people do things, you can imagine we have projected windows on 2 floors. And you have the glazing on the 2nd floor falling off. Can you imagine glass about 600 by maybe 450 mm falling down from 2nd floor on a student? And they never thought of it. So now the point I'm fighting now is that if you must change anything, it can no longer be glass, it must be plastic. You understand? Why should you go and put glass? And the students will sit down. In fact, the last one that fell, thank God we had this pot canopy. It was that canopy that stopped it, and he even tore the canopy. When you go to our faculty now, you see it. Imagine that are falling on a 500 level student. So, and you know what the man was telling me? He said, "To buy check class again, the way man go do glass law." Is that the issue? So it's easier for them to cut glass. So they are at home with glass. You know glass, you just run the cutter on it, and you just strike it and you put the something. But what about the safety? How does that impact on your environment? These windows, they are perpetually closed because those classrooms even have air conditions. So, if you look at your manual, you will see different activities and their impact. We might say, how much am I doing? How much of these things are we doing? How much of tree cutting are we doing in my own site? That your own site is contributing to the overall deforestation. We wanted to buy paint, so they have interest. You know the way it is in public service. All the staff, they already know one place, one vendor or the other. I asked them, I said, where are your vendors? I want to know where your vendors are bringing. People tell something, never worry. Iyetabati has been on our supply. That is not my issue. My issue is that you cannot be bringing paint from Yanomaja to Unilag. What of the carbon footprint? The vehicle that's going to travel all the way from Yamaka to bring paint to University of Lagos, Yaba, is it like we cannot get paint around Yaba? Because even in the choice of selection of suppliers, where are our suppliers? Where are they coming from? Somebody mentioned, I think he's the one that mentioned about those heavy articulated trucks. And some of them, because they are our friends, we have projects in Lekki, we are bringing somebody from Mushi. Is Mushi the only material market? What is the impact? Because sometimes, you know one funny thing. I remember in my early days as a professional, in fact, the first time I wanted to buy a car, somebody said, no, you know what, let's just do one weekend and go to Kuton. That is always cheap to bring cars in from Kuton. I think that was around 2010, 2011. That is cheaper than to buy in Lagos. And I now got home that day from work. I now thought of it. I said, okay, by the time we drive the car from Kuton to Lagos, they would have driven 2 years out of the life of the car. That is the truth. You understand? That is the truth. Because you that are going to drive it's not me. It's not you. Even if the way they used to drive, maybe I used to see them.
They will even pass the bush inside the bush.
Yeah, so, by the time you shortchange me with 2 years of usage, quantify that 2 years. So what is the value? Because what the bank is thinking of is how much naira we are going to change to SEPA to pay. And that's not the cost. Dr. Shoyi mentioned something in his presentation. The life cycle cost. What's the overall cost? And sometimes, custom will stop you and say that the papers are not complete. You have already paid. You have to settle. And now you'll be saying, those ones in your mind, they are not part of the cost too. They are not part of the cost of the car. What is the cost of the car is the one that you are holding on the receipt. And it's not correct. So it's very, very important that we look at what we do. Do you know, I remember I joined the Unilag in 2012. As at that 2012, my organization was already contemplating on the choice of refrigerants for the ACs of all our client location because of because of global warming, ozone layer depletion. How many of us are thinking about that? The Freon 22 is very, very cheap. The conventional that that they carry in that the bottle, you see the AC people carrying it, very cheap. So they want to use that, not minding the emissions that are coming from the ACs. Do you know our ACs have emissions?
Yes.
Yeah.
The alcohol. Yes. No,
emissions.
Yes.
Same thing, the one in the fridge.
The same thing with fridge. Even the indoor, the freezers.
And sometimes the gases are not what you should.
Microwaves also.
Yes. So we begin to look at all those things. They are issues. So as facility managers, you know, as a matter of fact, what prompted me to pursue a PhD is because I ended up being a facility manager. To be frank. Because at some point I just said to myself, I said, all this reading, all this writing, how much will I need to do extra to get a PhD? Well, let's go and do PhD, Gary. Because as facility managers, our work is not in the boiler's room. They are strategic things. Because especially at this level, they are tactical and strategic thinking that will actually bring value. Because your artisans, you can't trust them. You know, I keep telling people, if you are still practicing FM at the point of trusting your artisans, you have not started. Because your artisans will only advise you based on the limit of his capacity and competence and exposure. A bank called us, they said they had some remote located spaces that they wanted to cool. So we took, that was years back, we took the head of our AC department to the place to do scoping. When we were going back to the office, he was lobbying me. He said because the in-house FM person of the bank knew that what they wanted, what would be effective would be a cassette unit solution. There was lobbying, so I want to call cassette unit to so how do you now want to do that in a place? He said I should not worry, that they shouldn't just find, he will break the wall, he will lose speed. You know what we realized later? He does not know how to install cassette units. So he's protecting himself. So we've had issues, the same thing with concealed water closet. You know, as a matter of fact, we are just starting. Things are evolving. In fact, that's what we are discussing now. We have a PhD student now that is going to be looking at emerging technology. We now have buildings that we have capsule buildings. They will just bring those buildings and just couple them. They are like fiber. And when they are done, they will say facility manager, congratulations, they hand it over to us. You know, that is in fact, that is my greatest problem in FM. You will come and bring something that I don't understand. And right from day one, you expect me to perform magic. You know, those days, we used to service, provide the integrated facility management for Shell, Warrior and Port Harcourt. You get to some door, you don't even know what to do. Because no handbook, no sensor, no, you don't know that you go to the league by. You are the facility manager, nobody was here. But I'm sure some of us must have that kind of experience. I was recently I visited Stellenbosch. So the hotel where they got me. When I got to the hotel, everything looks fine until I needed to wee. Then I wanted to wee. This place doesn't look like there is a toilet because there is no place that looks, no other door. In fact, the only door is the door which brought me in. I said, "Wallah, what do they mean, guys?" You know what? The way they did that hotel, that room, you know their own hotel is studio apartments. You have kitchen and everything. So the entire wall, they had closets, the wardrobe. In fact, it's one of those wardrobe doors that you open, that you will see that is a toilet that is inside. Wood, everything. The same wood, everything, flush. In fact, when the wind was, I said, hey, I cannot weep. Let me open all this their wardrobe and see whether there is buckets there. Whether it's bucket that they want. And that was what made me to begin to open the wardrobe doors one by one. So things are changing. There are different concepts, different ideology, different principles. And nowadays, when I teach my students, I used to warn them that when I'm talking about buildings to you, don't ever misconstrue building to be your father's house. The houses where we live are going to be the list of what buildings are going to be looking like. We now have movable buildings. Before they will say buildings are not buildings. We now have turning buildings in Dubai. In the morning you can face Yaba. In the evening you can decide to face Wire. You press something, the building will turn and face Wire. And those buildings, as beautiful and lovely as they are, is going to be the headache for you and I, facility managers. It must continue to turn. Be functional. People that are made it to turn, they collected their money and they are gone. So for you, it must continue to turn. The day is not turning, you are fired. So we need to look at all of those things in totality. So we have several considerations with respect to environmental management system. And the first is to look at, just like we have been discussing, how to prevent pollution. It's very, very important. That's the first thing that should ring bell. You understand? On our minds as facility managers on a daily basis, that I have a duty to prevent pollution. And we can see there is a lovely chart on our manual that suggests different ways for pollution prevention, vis-a-vis recycling, consume less, exchange. Can you see that thing? That cyclical
How? Yeah. So it's very, very important. So we call this secularity, right? It's actually embedded in secular economy. You know, we look at how we can actually conserve, how we can recycle, how we can reuse. You know, for as a matter of fact, somebody like me, I'm also guilty. If I thank God for the fact that I ended up as a facility manager, because before now I don't like to repair anything, and it's not my fault. It's my experience growing up. That oftentimes when you repair something, you end up being traumatized and troubled by that thing. You understand? So in fact, for some years I developed a philosophy that after using something for a while, if care is not taken, that thing will begin to use you. Those are the kind of cars that we start today. In fact, you can bring them here, for example, to go before you say I'm not going. You understand now? So I'm used to just discarding. Right? So now, but thank God now that we now have our market too is maturing. We now have swapping. So I oftentimes swap. I do minimal repair. But now there are also companies that does repair. Whatever you want to repair now, you can actually talk to companies that are much more reliable. Right? So we need to look at conservation, because most times we have on our various locations on our site, we have tons of junks, things that are not useful, they are just there. Even vehicles, there are some premises that you have 15-20 vehicles that are not functional and they are just there. So if we are not using, can we do a swap? Can we do a scrap auctioning or something? It's part of our duty as facility managers to ensure that we prevent, because all of these things, when you accumulate waste, they birth pollution. You understand? Even let's look at our office. There was a day I entered a particular professor's office, and the entire shelf was filled up. And I asked him, I said, Prof, when last did you pick? Because I was seeing some books edited 1982, 1981. He said, when last did you even access some of these books? In fact, those loads have choked him that the space that is remaining for him is just sitting with one side of the bumper. And some of these issues are psychological things. It's my asset though, it has to be there. Even in our domestic individual lives, our wives, you see their shoes sometimes. When I travel with my wife, I say, what should I remember? You say shoes or bag. I say, for what? For what again? Which color? For which color is it that you don't have? Which color? And there are some of those shoes that have not been worn for 3 years. They are just there. You're only very dusty. So they will now accumulate dust and become source of pollution.
And the shoe will even spoil.
They don't believe that it is spoiled. Me, I don't know whether they used to spoil. Because I can't know that they used to give.
If she wears the sole.
Yes.
I don't know. That's expiring dates.
Yes.
The gums, the leather, it expires.
So we have, in fact, I have an uncle that used to be like that. He would keep his things. So there was a time he was having 3 cars in his car park that are obsolete. One of them was Benz E180. You know that Benz. So one day I now visited him and said that sir, what are you doing with it? We never drive this car again. And it's the truth. At that time he already bought a Lexus 350. He had a Kia SUV. So what are you still doing with this one? And I checked the car. It was already rusting up. You know what the son told me? He said, you better leave that day alone. Leave the monthly day. He's going to exchange that car for a gala, a piece of gala. Because those things will begin to deteriorate.
a value every year. So why not scrap it? You understand? They will say, Julius, má dáwọ́ lóhùn kó pa ọmọ wa kó wá wò kán tẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ tàgbà yẹn wọ́n sọ fún mi 100,000. How much will somebody buy a best one E18? No, what there? 100,000? No, you should even say thank you. You understand? If you are using it, it's fine as antiques because sorry, I have a doctrine between you falls into that category. You have one card that I have said that. I think Toyota had even forgotten that they manufactured that car. So, but I think in his own case, he pays it every year. So the car will become new. So, but as facility managers, we have a duty to let our clients aware of these things. So if you be in our environmental management system and policy that items that are not being used for up to maybe 2 years should either be auctioned or we should look for an exit. That exit has to be stated so that we can reduce pollution. People can keep things, I can assure you of that one, if there are no policies to drive it. So there are several options or actions that can be taken to reduce pollution. We have all of that: reuse, recovery, recycling, and now we have a local arrangement, swapping. You can swap. You understand? There are people that are willing. Even if it's, for example, you have printers. All those office tools and appliances are most times the ones that are the culprits. You have printers that can never print again, and people will still keep them. And sometimes you have them in numbers, maybe 15, 20. There are some desktop that we probably have in our offices, maybe that are still running Windows XP. What will you install on that one? No, in fact, no software will go onto that computer, and they are still there. They are being kept. So all those we need to do make conscious effort. So also it's very, very important that our environmental management system captures emergency preparedness and response. It's very, very important. When there is emergency, what happens? We did not anticipate COVID-19 when it happened. So, and for those of us that have watched the video clip of the case of the British Petroleum, you know, there is a video clip about the Deepwater Horizon investigation. This was one of the rig projects for British Petroleum. Unfortunately, it was a project gone bad because there was an explosion in the course of the project and 11 people died. And those in oil and gas knows what fertility means. When you have, if one person should die on a project, it becomes a very serious problem. So in this particular project, 11 persons were killed. Unfortunately, what happened was that a lot of things were left unattended to by different categories of team members. It's actually about a 30-minute video, so we will not be able to take all of the video. But what the lessons from that particular project is that at every point in time, as our environmental management system must have emergency preparedness and response as a key component. And our target is 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries. For those of us that are conversant with Shell facilities, once you come into Shell facilities, you will see a very big board stating the health and safety targets for Shell for the year. And things that you always see there is 0 fatality, zero serious injury, zero fall from height, zero tolerance to so things. Then before you now begin to say less than 5% unsafe action, less than 5%. So you will see things like that, sometimes in percentage, sometimes in number. You know, and all of these are done so that there can be a very, very strong safety culture among the workforce. Right? In fact, as a matter of fact, they have what they call the 12 life-saving rules. You know, Shell in particular, and I know most oil and gas companies do. You see the life-saving rules. You know, isolate before you walk. So things are not left to chance. Everybody is on the same page. Right? So essentially, the environmental management system is a compass organization, right? To direct organizations in several ways and in several dimensions. And it's also environmental in nature because it helps us, just from our own conversations so far, to achieve environmental compliance, to address environmental impacts, and to make us to be more environmentally responsible, right, as individuals and as organizations. So it's very, very important that we know that. And it's also, the environmental management system, of course, is a core management function. It's a serious management function, critical management function at that. And of course, it must be owned by the facility manager. The facility manager must drive it, right? Of course, you need the commitment of top management to endorse the system. And it's a system, right, that has to have a structure, a formal structure outlook, and must actually also capture the need for training people to be conscious and be aware of the environment, and to take steps and measures that will ensure that our activities as an organization does not negatively impact on the environment in any way that is significant. So the ISO 14001 emphasizes the fact that the environmental management system must be subjected to continuous improvement. That even when we have it as a policy, it must actually be subjected to continuous improvement. And the suggested mechanism for continuous improvement is what we call the plan, do, check, and act. So there are several nomenclature for it in literature. But essentially, the first thing is to actually identify what environmental problems can arise from our various activities as an organization, right? And we need to now map out strategies by which these our activities can be mitigated. You know, I've cited an example of somebody from Finland, how they manage pollution from renovation works, right? And when we have mapped out these strategies, we need to actually check that the strategy is effective. Because sometimes too, we may have a strategy that is not effective. It may not be serving the purpose, right? Or we may not be achieving the results that we desire. So we need to check, we need to study results and benchmark results against our expectation. And whatever results we get, we'll actually look at how to improve that result. And that's what the ACT stands for. So the environmental management system frameworks can actually be driven through the ISO 14001 standards. And of course, the component of the ISO 14001 standards includes the fact that there is a need for a policy. It must be written down. It shouldn't be a guesswork. Then when there is a policy, there is need for planning. Planning to execute the policy, then there is need for that policy to actually be operated or implemented. Then you can see that even when there is implementation, there is need for evaluation, there is need for review and improvement. So what is this policy? So the policy is actually a statement of the fact that the organization is committed to ensuring that his or her activities does not negatively impact on the environment. And such document is actually developed by the facility manager and endorsed by the top management of an organization. And this policy should be such that, just like I mentioned earlier, should be such that it's subject to frequent reviews, right? Because things are changing. There are several dynamics. For example, one of the major issues that we used to have on within facilities is how to manage waste. Sometimes you have a waste recycling. For example, you may have a sewage treatment plant, right? And your sewage treatment plant may require upgrade because whether you are treating water or you are treating sewage, chemical goes into the treatment process, right? And one thing that we have noticed is that these chemicals also changes. The approval of the use of chemicals changes with time. You remember that for several years we used to use chlorine. Chlorine was safe, but along the line, the World Health Organization came and said that we should minimize the use of chlorine because of some potential side effects, right? And because some of these chemicals that we are using, they are still subject to investigation, right? They continue to, the way these people work. Presently, at every point in time, you have people that are being used as experiment. Some of us have argued that COVID-19 was one out of experiment. Whether we like it or not, that's the truth.
Man-made,
right? It's man-made issue. So, because you see some studies, they will tell you that this study consists of 50 persons that have been observed over the last 50 years. You can imagine. So that means there is no conclusion until that 50 years. That means they've been doing something to those people for the last 50 years before coming up with a stand. So most times it's like that. So we need to ensure that there is improvement. So nothing is cast in stone. Even in our medications, we see that happen often. Drugs that are safe today, tomorrow the regulators comes and say that it's no longer safe, don't take it. So then an alternative comes up. So these are very, very essential things that we need to look at. So the planning phase is actually meant to actually identify various activities, various aspects of what we do, and the impact of those activities on the environment. Then when we are also planning for environmental management system, it's also important that we review the existing legislation and legal frameworks that obtain within our locality. Because, for example, in Nigeria, even after the federal laws, we have state laws. And sometimes it's even easier to deal with the federal laws than the state laws. You understand now, especially in Lagos, for example. You want to do a development in Lagos, you have to, usually a talk of war, meeting the requirements of the Lagos government. In fact, the government has gone as far as ensuring that they subject even federal land to those regulations. Before, if you have federal allocation, you don't have problem. You just file your papers to Abuja, but it's no longer the case. So Lagos State took federal government to court on that matter. That as long as your development is within Lagos State, they will subject you to compliance of Lagos rules. You understand? So it's very, very important that several rules goes into all of this. And just like I mentioned, it's very, very important that we check what our results are. And for you to check results, that means you are keeping results. So it's very, very important that results are kept. We need to document all our observations. Once we begin to implement an environmental management system, then it means that documentation becomes very, 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 very critical. We've had organizations going bankrupt. You know, I don't know if we have heard of stories of companies that, in fact, organizations can go bankrupt. For example, you are doing piling, and you've not done EIE, and as a result of your piling activities, you have cracks in the neighboring structures. That kind of issues are issues that can make an organization to go bankrupt, because that your neighbor will sue you. You sue your firm. And if your firm is just trying to stabilize liquidity wise, that will be the end of your organization. Because number one, now your project that you are doing, we have to stop. You understand why the court case lasts. And the kind of damages that people claim for that kind of a thing, no matter how severe or minute the crack may be, you will be claiming for the cost of replacing the building, and probably the cost of lodging in the hotel while the building is being replaced. You understand? So there are several consequences that can actually emanate from not having an environmental management system. So, of course, there is need for periodic senior management review. It's very, very important that these are actually done and policies are revised. So, conclusively, the ISO 14001 can be of immense guidance to the development of environmental management system for us and for our organizations. So it articulates the various components and elements that needs to be captured, because this environmental management system is going to vary from organization to organization based on your line of business and the kind of activities that you do. But essentially, it's going to cut across development of the policy to planning, all that I have explained, to implementation, to checking and correcting actions that are not in tandem with sustainable environmental practices, and last but not the least, the management review exercise that has to be on a continuous basis. So it's very, very important for us to know that environmental management system can be of immense benefit to our organization, because with it we'll have higher level of compliance to statutory regulation. It will help us to reduce our operating costs. For example, I have started the example of me thinking of the impact on the environment of having to go and bring paint maybe about 30 kilometers away from the university. You know, at the end of the day, even the cost of transportation will erode the value, whatever value that you think you are trying to get. So it also helps us to integrate a number of environmental programs into our organization's mission statement. And it also helps our employees. You know, when you work in an organization that's environmental or that's environment conscious, your employees too will by default become conscious, and they will be healthier, they are safer, their productivity improves and increases, their availability is also improved. Like, you know, I used to joke those days. We had we had projects in Oniru, within Oniru. So before the advent of what's the name now, the palms, ShopRite, we used to patronize these Fulanis. You know, we have a lot of them around that area. They want our food. So I used to joke that, in fact, as you are buying the food, you can physically see the contour of typhoid that is in the food that you are eating. You understand? Because the environment is always rubbish. But you will also die and you have to eat. You are on the food. You understand? But as you are eating the food, in your mind you are like, my next month I will have typhoid. you can anticipate, right? Because we also know that as an organization then we know of hygiene, that if you actually patronize things that are prepared in unhealthy environment, you are liable. But at that time we didn't have a choice. So though we were doing the wrong thing, we knew. So when PAMS was commissioned, we started buying our food from ShopRite. And thank God those ones too keyed into the business, because they used to, I think they still do. They sell cooked food. So just wait and so your employees can be much more informed and better. And last but not the least, the total environmental impact of your activity is variable and very, very minimal, close to a very, very negligible level. So summarily, an environmental management system is a combination of people, policies, procedures, reviews, and plans that is actually aimed at addressing environmental issues and ensuring that our activities does not constitute a threat to our environment. And the elements of environmental management systems that are critical are continuous improvement, management commitment, the need for formality of formalization and documentation, and awareness of the environmental management system to everybody across the value chain, right from the top to the bottom within the organization. So thank you so much for your time and your participation. So if you have questions for ourselves, you know we are all facilitators in this particular session. So if there are questions, we all answer it.
Thank you, Dr. Farrelly, for that wonderful presentation. I think time is fast spent. We have to click. Can we just stand up, exercise our bodies, and use few minutes for the lunch so that we can converge here again at 3 for continuation of the last session. Thank you.
As facility managers, we should be able to have with us how do we protect the facility that we manage. In case there will be one of the most fearful disaster in human race, which is our friend fire, then we should also have what we call emergency response plans to that effect. So we're going to just touch on both. Like I said, fire is our friend, and I'm sure we all agree with that fire cannot be but our friend. Any contrary opinion? So it's a known fact. So we can move on from here. So then we look at fire preparation, which is fire prevention. And when we say fire prevention, the analogy is that the best fire you fought is that fire you prevented from happening in the first instance. So best fire you can fight is that fire you have prevented from happening in the first instance. So to prepare
to fight fire is to have a fire prevention plan in place. And if you have that, it means you are not going to have any issue in terms of attending to fire emergency. Because that may not happen. That may not happen because if you are prepared and you have your fire prevention plan in place, definitely you are ready to move. And that's part of the introduction. So we also look at fire prevention plan. How do we prepare for that? We have said quick response can help us to reduce economic loss, and not just economic loss, but life loss. Sometimes not even the life loss now, but also life expectancy. Because I tell you, if you inhale smoke from fire outbreak, it may reduce your lifespan. So the life expectancy of such an individual or group of an individual may have to reduce from what is expected to be. So we also touch briefly on this. Also, we'll look at the importance of having emergency response preparedness, because it is crucial for any community or organization or individual to create an action plan. Emergency is not what is expected, but the best form of preparation you can have for emergency is to prepare to have one, even when you least expect it. So, like the Boy Scout logo, for those of us who are opportune to have passed through that training, be prepared. Always be prepared, because it can happen. And it can happen anywhere, anytime, any day. So, it is important to have that. For want of time, fire is what we all know. And like I said, it's our friend. Because the economic importance of fire cannot be ruled out. So we should take that. But for the purpose of the definition of fire, I'll just say fire is away jotting, because I don't have that. I don't want to dwell your time on that. It's a rapid response chemical reaction. Fire is a rapid response chemical reaction. It's a rapid chemical reaction which is a combination. It's a combination of more than two combustible substances. More than two combustible substances which results into heat and light. Fire is a rapid chemical reaction which is a combination of more than two combustible substances that result into heat and light. So heat and light are characteristics of fire, and anywhere you find fire, you will find heat and you will find light. And those are also part of the economic importance of fire. And that's why fire cannot be our enemy, but a friend. But a friend in fire is that control. That fire you call and you send message. Be a master of fire and be in control of fire. If fire gets out of control, it can run human race. So don't let fire become your master. Be his master and be in control. And by so doing, you can derive so many economic importance from it. Now, we look at emergency response
preparedness. And for us to dwell on this, we will look at the 5 phases of emergency management. We have 5 phases. And the first of all is prevention. Prevention is number 1 on that ladder. The next is preparedness. After preparedness, well, let me go to mitigation, which is number last there, because mitigation is in between the first 2 and the last 2. By the time we get to the definition of each, you may want to agree with me. But this diagram is the international standard diagram. So we cannot alternate it. But from my own understanding, I believe mitigation is in between the first 2 and the last 2. By the time you get to that definition, maybe you will tend to agree with me. So if we say mitigation is number 3, then we say response is number 4. And recovery is number 5. And that completes the 5 phases of emergency response preparedness. Now, we look at prevention. How do we prevent? It is incumbent as facility manager for us to know what are our prevention plan and procedure of that facility that we are managing. And to prevent, we have to focus on the creation of plans, training and exercise well ahead of disaster in order for us and our organization to be prepared. When you look at prevention, you have this hierarchy of what we call control of prevention. The hierarchy of control of prevention. And number 1 is elimination. We also have substitution, we have engineering control, we have administrative controls, and we have personal protective equipment, which is known as PPE. For elimination, we need to determine whether it is possible for us to eliminate any hazard that we have identified, or even potential hazard that we have identified, in terms of advising people to meet hazard. There are some hazards we must ignore. When a building is constructed and it is not imbued with fire safety measures, then you need to look at living with it. And how do we live with this? We need what we call safety signs. By the time you install safety signs, probably in a dark room, and you do some lighting and you give some caution signs, that is putting in place engineering control. This is implement engineering control to mitigate the hazard whenever you cannot do away entirely with such an hazard. The next is administrative control. This is important because it's about human. There have been cases that people collapse at work. How do we get to that point? Some people are over-labored, they are overworked. You need to consider putting in place administrative control. You also need to train them in this sphere, because when you provide training for people, they will know how to work even with minimum hazards. Then you need to also consider job rotation. So that one don't work standardly, nobody is expected to work at a go much more than 8 hours. If you do that, you are expected to take rest, even if you have to return to work or work more. Or if technically you take rest if you need to work longer than expected. So these are administrative controls, and these are what you can design with your human resources team. And finally, we look at personal protective equipment. There are some jobs that you cannot do but to work with hazard. One of those jobs is my own job, firefighting. Is with its attendant hazards. So what do? We put in place personal protective equipment to protect us from those hazardous situations. Because when fire is burning, it is hazardous, and you have no choice as a firefighter than to go in and see how to put out such fire. Not even in our own Lagos, where we do offensive firefighting. In the Senate camp there, when there is fire outbreak, they tend to do defensive firefighting because nobody go into the building on fire over there. They stay outside, contain the fire. All they need to do is make sure the curtain is spread from the left and the right so that it does not spread to other buildings. And as far as life is not involved, nobody goes into that building. They stay outside and fight the fire without taking such risk. Well, maybe because they have insurance to take care of such. But in this part of the world, if you dare say you want to stay outside and fight fire, I trust my Lagosians. They can jolly well take you as a firefighter and throw you inside the fire. To tell you that how could firefighter be running from fire? They see you as running from fire if you dare say you want to fight it from outside. So don't just dare Lagosians. Go in there where the fire is. So, and for you to go in there, you need to put in your personal protective equipment because that's an hazard you need to undertake. So, the next after prevention is preparedness. So, how do we prepare? How do we prepare? This involves planning and training for an emergency or disaster. It is also worthy for us to note that not every emergency is a disaster, but every disaster is an emergency. So because when emergency happens, it is not all emergency that led to disaster. Because disaster can be catastrophic. But every disaster is an emergency because that disaster will happen first at an emergency before you see the magnitude and declare it to be a disaster. So if we need to avoid this, we need to prepare by educating our workers, those in our team that we work with as facility manager. We need to also conduct training for them. We also need to run drills. Some of us will be acquainted with running drills. These are emergency preparedness drills, which can be evacuation drills. Standardly, we are supposed to host evacuation drill in our facility twice a year, that is every 6 months. So to see our level of preparedness, because that is part of preparedness. It's part of our planning, our prevention planning. So we need to run drills. We also need to make sure that those in our team and beyond are physically fit. Because those who are not fit, they may suffer more situation when emergency arises. So we also need information to back up. We don't have to keep information to ourselves, especially when we say what are the emergency numbers that we can call in case there is any emergency now. What number can we even call? Does the government have any such plan for us? So this information must be available. It is not only the facility manager that must have this information. Every team member, if possible, every worker within that setup should be able to have it. Do we have any emergency number in Lagos?
Yep.
Do we have any emergency number? Yes, sir. Do you know one? 112.
It's functional.
77 also. Are you? Okay. So we have 2. 767 and 112. This is not functional. We can give a trial now. Let's say trial convince us. Why not? If not, we can. Okay, for the fact that I know 112 is now a national emergency number. Even though Lagos started it, but it has become a national emergency number. So even outside Lagos, you can call it. The 767 is restricted to Lagos. And put it, there are emergency toll-free numbers, which you need without airtime on your phone or not, you can get it. 767 67 112. Both will work in Lagos, but only 112 will work outside Lagos. So those are parts of information that must be available. We should also be aware that making resources available is critical to emergency preparedness. I know some of us, away from being facility manager, we also have agency officers. And we don't support them because they always come with their budget. Sometimes you don't even see. Or they want to refill extinguisher, they want to do this, they want to do that. How does that add to the profit of the company? Because we are always conscious that whatever we bring profit, maximize profit. But again, we should not be unconcerned that whatever plan an agency officer is drawing up is what we call business continuity plan. It is very, very important. It's a contingency plan. It's a business continuity plan because by the time we go through this class, we will understand that the most important thing for you after emergency is to recover and recover well. If you suffer emergency, that does not mean you have to shut down entirely. If you are well prepared, if you suffer emergency, it may just take you 1 hour to bounce back, while your colleague suffer same emergency, it may not take them weeks to return back to work. So it's a business continuity plan, which we also as facility manager must give priority to. Please. So we have to try to make resources available for emergency plan, and we said a well-prepared company can effectively manage emergency and disaster. And that's just what I've said. We can bounce back within a tickle of an eye. A company that is not prepared can experience catastrophic consequences. An emergency can lead to disaster if you are not prepared. If it caught you unprepared, it can lead to emergency. Something that you may have gained just as an emergency. So it is important that we know. So the third, like I said, is mitigation. I'm bringing it at number 3 because I believe it is in between the first 2 and the last 2. And this involves activity that reduces the chances or effects of a disaster. What are those activities? You must be able to put together that your contingency plan to reduce the effects of disaster or even the chances of it happening in the first instance. So this allows organization to reduce the loss of life and physical assets such as building and supplies that will lessen the overall effect of the disaster on a facility and a community as a whole. Earlier this year, an hotel fence collapsed somewhere in Ikorodu around Agric-Olutu area. It collapsed and killed 2 kids of a neighboring compound. That is a big effect on the community. Your facility can become a subject of a disaster in the community you are located. So how do we lessen this? It is by mitigation. So it is important that we have a mitigated plan to lessen such an effect of sorrow. Next is response. All said and done, you have put in place prevention, you put in place preparedness, then what will be your response plan? If emergency occurs, what will be your response plan? Because this is action taken during or immediately after an emergency occurs. After emergency or disaster, first ensure medical attention for victims if necessary. Then initiate the environmental response. The response to also protect the property or any appropriate responses based on the emergency at hand. This is where all your hard work and preparation comes into play. It's what you have prepared for, trained for, and conducted exercises to simulate. When you do drill, it's a simulation exercise, and it is part of your response plan. But now that you need to respond to an eventuality, as in case of emergency, all this comes to bear. So the response to emergency is crucial. And the last is for us to recover well, because recovery involves restoring normalcy after an emergency is under control. For you to bring an emergency under control, you need a response plan, number 4. So after bringing it under control, the next is for you to recover well. And this begins with the clean-up process and repair of any damage. If it is required as part of your plan, call in the appropriate clean-up and restoration services. Recovery also can come in phases. It can come in short term, intermediate term, and of course, long term. You need to also define these different terms at which rate you want to recover. So, for these 4 stages of emergency preparation response, we need to put in place a process at which we can implement it. This takes us to developing emergency response preparedness plan. Emergency response preparedness plan. To do that, item 1, we look at institute a plan. You must have in place a plan if you are to carry out this emergency preparedness plan. And the first on the institution of such a plan is to establish the terms of reference of this plan that you want to put in place. What will be your terms of reference? By standard, you see, any company that has more than 10 staff must have at least one HSC person, that is health, safety, and environment person, which must be part of the team. So, such a person can help you develop and establish terms of reference. You also need to determine authority and governance. By this, what will be your HSC policy of your facility? What is the HSC policy of your facility? If you don't have one, you need to consider, because that determines the authority and governance. Because we also need to look at what is our priority. Then we also have to identify potentially affected and functional operations. If our facilities suffer any emergency, what will be the potential of operational challenges? We also need to determine our team size. As I said, if we have up to 10 staff, definitely there should be one HSC officer. So if we are more than 10, definitely we are talking about constituting a team. Then we must also identify our team member, because once you have determined the size, you know that you must have a team. And who will now be your team member? What will be the experience of your team member? Which skills do they have to be part of your team member? All these are factors to consider when you institute a plan for emergency response preparatory plan. The next is for us to assess and identify. There are internal and external environments that we operate from. Within our fence is our internal environment. And don't imagine that the external environment does not concern you. It also concerns you, because if you have a generator running to power your operation, definitely the carbon monoxide that the generator is emitting, it emits it in the environment. So have you done the environmental impact assessment of such? We need to answer to that in terms of our plan. We also need to conduct gap analysis and assessment of existing management plans. Importantly, you need to identify vulnerabilities. In doing this, you need to give priority to people living with special needs, people with special needs, especially physically challenged people. We must also be able to identify hazards and threats. Then we need to consider what are the legislative requirements, what are the laws saying in terms of what we are carrying out. This will assist us to conduct a comprehensive hazard assessment of all hazard. That is risk that is inherent within our facilities. Because you need to determine the risk, consider the potential likelihood and severity of such an emergency if it happens. We also need to consider the potential consequences, consider the impact on our organization, determine priorities, identify risk mitigation controls, and give priorities to all of these that we have mentioned. Number 3, we develop the plan elements. The plan element is determining our priority, our goal, and of course, identify our limitations. You can bear burden of risk, you can share burden of risk with your neighbors. You can share burden of risk. In some of our facility, it is not only we that occupy it. So why not share our burden of risk if we have limitations? Like we said, we have to establish governance, like we have mentioned earlier. We have to also examine prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, as well as recovery requirements, while we identify and assess opportunities, hazards, and threats. Number 4, we help us develop such plan that we have mentioned, because in developing that, we have to determine the timeliness of our plan. We need to also engage stakeholders in the development of the plan. This is where sometimes the community engagement comes in, because you don't operate in isolation, but you operate within the community. We need to have a plan, not just only drafted, but also we can always engaging stakeholders is a continuous thing. That is why we can re-engage stakeholders. We can revise and update our plan, and our plan must also follow a final approval. I know most facilities don't operate with as simple as the fire safety certificate, because those are some of the requirements you also need to acquaint yourself with, even as you go into your operations. Finally, we need to implement, roll out, and maintain the plan. If we have set a plan in place, we should be able to roll out the plan. We should be able to educate stakeholders and response teams, our response teams, as well as everybody to be on the board of the plan. Even the management team must also buy into the plan that we have in place for emergency response. We must set aside assets and resources to implement this. We need to also consider the logistics behind, because sometimes all these don't come cheap. But like I said, our business continuity plan, which must be put in place for a successful business operation. We must also conduct exercises like just the simulation, the drills that we talk about, fire evacuation drill, emergency response plan drills. Of course, we must update the plan based on our lessons learned from the exercise that we have carried out and changing factors, because we are in a global world. The factors keep changing. It's a dynamic world. So this will also assist us to review and update the plan at scheduled intervals. Because it cannot be one plan fits all situation. So this absolutely brings us to the end of our class, which is about fire prevention and emergency response plan. Do we have questions, please? Let's share ideas.
We want to thank you for that well-delivered lecture, and I think it has added value to this workshop. What the people don't know, or they have informed them before you arrived, or even when I was introducing, I took up this assignment less than 1 hour ago. The person that was meant to do it in Abuja was unable to do the work because he has a national assignment. So we quickly have to contact him less than an hour ago. And he left whatever he was doing to come down here and take the course. Now, at the end of the last lecture, we said, when you go to the NAFM platform on Agency, that you do EMS, Environmental Management System test online. Then you can also do fireman. You either do EMS or fireman training test. It's there. Check for fireman training or EMS. Either of the two you can do. And like it was about asking you to have questions from the lecture in the paper. You see, let me quickly say something. In our institution and our parent body, the Institute of Dairy, we have something we call health and safety in dairy. And one of the cardinal points, the first cardinal, the major cardinal issue there under the health and safety, in fact, the first target is emergency response plan. And under the emergency response plan, you are expected to get in touch with the fire service station before you start any site. Register the site with them and collect the telephone number of the fire service station closest to that site. Then the telephone number of the fireman in charge of that area. Yes, we've been doing that. We've been asking our members to do that for the past 8 years, 10 years. It is the individual effort to get to you, that is the fire service, to request for all those information. Just as they get across to you, they also have to get across to ambulance services. Ambulance services stations closest to them, register the flights, collect the telephone number of the ambulance station and the person in charge. They are also expected to get in touch with the nearest medical facility. That is clinic that is very close to the site. Register the site with them, collect the telephone number of the medical doctor in charge, and the direction to the medical facility in case of emergency. So it was timely for you to come here and start talking again about emergency response plan in relationship to fireman training. So we thank you very much. We want to take questions from you. If you have questions in what he has taught you. I'm sure during the course of Dr. Faremi, there is no need for questions, but it was participatory. Everybody was involved. So, if you have questions, the Dr. Ajib, if it has not been tried, maybe tomorrow when it comes. Then, if you have questions in what I taught you this morning, and you want to ask questions, you can ask questions from me with what the fireman has taught us this evening. Anybody with questions? Please, please, allow me.
My question is on the first lecture.
What lecture in the morning?
The software, how do we save our work? Because without saving the work, it's going to cause us a lot of stress. And immediately we exit from that application, we are looking for the already information we provided earlier. So how do we save for continuation?
Okay, because you did not complete the work. At the last page, for those who completed it, because those who generated the report, there is a save button there. You generated it? Yes. So there is save button. You can argue that you can export it to Word. Yes, I've done that. Then you save. In other words. That's why. So, what generate the report, export it to Word or rich text file. It is at the background. You don't need those information again. All the information are generated and used to attend this work. So those information are meant to be on a paper, just like the working calculation sheet. And to have them, you are not just filling the thing off end. You generate, like I told you, there are calls we get from bursary unit, from accounting department, some from work and service department. All this information you gather to come and run their assessment here. It's not just sitting down, click this one. You know, you have to be accurate in the input you are putting there. And to be accurate, you have to generate data from relevant units of the system, of the organization. And when you have those information, you input it. How many times you did train, send people on training? That will be from staff development. How many times you did disburse budget? That will be from bursary, and so on and so forth. So those ones have been documented in a sheet of paper which is working calculation sheet, which you use to fill this. Then the final report that you generated is what we want to see. This totality of assessment, are we making progress or not making progress?
This is wrong.
Huh?
The report here is wrong.
It's wrong. Okay, you are not making progress.
No, I'm reporting to.
And that's what I'm saying. The company is not making progress. And the area they have to improve will be shown in the report. The area where they, because you have 4 perspectives. Internal process, is it 5, 4? 4. Your business perspective, learning and growth perspective, internal business process, and then technological advancement. So, if you look at the score, where the score is lower, is where they have to improve. There will be some that will be higher, that they are doing well there. Some will be very low, they are not doing very well there. Then you can point to them that if technology, they are not introducing modern technology into their operation, they have to look into that. If it is the internal process, it is the workflow, the way the works are being done is not yet perfect. They have to define a system that is very fluid and perfect, that will improve the outcome of the input. So that is the essence of this report. The report generated is to point out the weaknesses and the strength of the organization. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, for the last lecture, I want to ask, as a facility manager, can we also act to be a fireman? I don't know if it is
Let's bring people up.
Yes.
Bring me
The point is that I was on a radio program when someone called me, and the topic I was treating that day was how to use fire extinguisher. And he called me to challenge that. Why do we want to make everybody a firefighter when the job is specifically for some of us who are trained firefighter and equipped as a firefighter? Why? But my simple answer is that the best firefighter is that firefighter at the point of an emergency, which is he is far more a firefighter than that firefighter who is miles away. Because if emergency happen, like fire outbreak, it won't wait for you to even get the firefighters to come and attend to it. Fire spread sporadically, in fact at the speed of light, and it won't wait. So there is nothing out of place if every human know or have the basic firefighting knowledge, especially action to take when an emergency happens.
Everybody who needed is sick. Please contact me.
You familiar with our fire notice? There is what we say fire notice, red brake, which also carry fire stations and the number. And one of the things stated in that brake is action to take when you discover an emergency. So in a summary, everybody should have basic knowledge of what to do if an emergency happens. Not necessarily being a firefighter, but you should at least have basic knowledge. And if you have basic knowledge, it includes how you can operate your fire extinguisher. Because firefighters are not even made to operate extinguisher. They are not to use extinguisher. Extinguisher is for basic, for fire at incipient stage, and every fire starts at incipient stage. The greatest fire that has happened in this world starts at incipient stage. So if there is an extinguisher, there is somebody who knows how to use it. That person may have become an hero by putting up that fire in the first instance before the fire snowball into a massive one. So beyond facility manager, every human expected to have basic skills in attending to fire and related emergencies. Anyone?
How regularly or how often is it necessary for someone to recharge or to change the fire extinguisher? Because I feel that, like in our house, for example, now we have something in our house for like past 4-5 years. There's no fire break, and you see there, I see expire.
Okay, thank you very much. The last thing you say, whether it expires, and the straight answer is it does expire. And it will expire, whether you use it or not, at least 12 months from the last recharge. 12 months from that last recharge. If a certified vendor charge for you, they will put that date of expiration here. That stage, that date of expiration will be written there. Now, again, if you are going to take 12 months, because some school of thought believe it is 6 months, and that is what is operated on the oil and gas sector. Every 6 months you must recharge your fire extinguishers. For you to recharge annually, it means your fire extinguisher is not under the weather. That is, it is not exposed to sunlight and rainfall. It is indoor most appropriate. If you have anyone by standard, it is not that all fire extinguisher must be indoor. If you have anyone by standard, it must be outdoor. If it is outdoor, then that must be recharged every 6 months. Really. Because when you're exposed to sunlight, I can tell you on the two, yes, the weather has negative effect on it. But it is, if you protected away from the weather, you can do it annually. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. For the basic use, is there any specific place where it can be handled or it can be handled anywhere? Or it can be handled anywhere?
It can be handled anywhere. Now, the best place for you, okay, let's determine it. Let's make this. There is one here now. I can cite this one. The question is, if fire happen now, what will any one of us do? What do you think? All of us will run out. Okay, when we run out, how do we want to come in and take this fire extinguisher to fight fire?
Sir, it's a reflex action.
Sir?
It's a reflex action.
Reflex.
You're not trained to be a firefighter. When fire outbreak starts, the first thing is to look for a safe first.
Okay.
So if you are trained, that's okay, we are getting out to bed. That way you cannot talk out.
But even with the reflex action, you must have dashed out first before you now say, okay, I have fire extinguisher. So how do you now want to come in? Assuming the fire is just around here, how do you want to come in now and take this fire extinguisher to fight it?
It will take God's grace.
So the best place to put it is strategically within your entrance and exit, where your hand can reach at any point in time. Because it is normal that when you dash out, you will run out if any emergency happens. And when you run out, especially that's why sometimes they put it outside the door. So when you run out, you may now see, this fight, just pick it. You can come back in and fight. If you can't be confident to come back inside where there is emergency if you don't have a fire extinguisher. So it is better to strategically put it within the entry and exit point.
The essence of this training is to provide you with a reservoir of knowledge in terms of emergency. You will know what to do first. For a normal person outside, the first thing to do is to run away. For a well-trained person, it's not to run away. It's to look for the best way to mitigate the risk of the fire. You see, in the plane, if there is any mishap, the last person to go out is the pilot. They cannot go out first. If you go out first, they will withdraw his license. So, for a person that has been trained, well trained, the first thing is not to run out. If you have been trained, the first thing is to look at which is the best way to reduce the risk and hazard of this fire. Let me give you an illustration. I was in a house where somebody just died. And the son of the landlord was the person that died. And the elders in that house said to take the corpse. Because he died in the house. They brought the corpse from the hospital. And the father is an invalid. Invalid because he had one leg amputated. And they thought they take the boy up to the backyard and bury him there. Now, the way to the toilet is along the path where they want to bury the body. This old man, when he wake up in the morning, he will go to the toilet, he will walk past the corpse and know that this is the burial or the grave of my son. You see, like we are saying here, all those elders that are there, he didn't support to them that what they wanted to do was wrong. And a young man just came and said, where is the corpse of the person that I said, they are buried in? He said, where? He said, come, I said, you're bringing this man out of this house. And he said, no, Baba is a very strong man of faith. It has nothing will touch him. This man cannot see anything at that instant. The 5th day, he called his son that he should go and let the house for him. That he cannot stay in that house. And he stayed outside that house for 8 years until the grave leveled and they cannot identify the place. Like you said, reflex action is do whatever you can do to clear this thing. But a trained mind, where is the best place to bury this up? They should have thought of cemetery immediately. But it didn't occur to them. What came to them, clear it from the compound, don't let the corpse in the room. Yes, it will solve immediate problem, but will generate a bigger problem. That's why a trained mind and a trained hand is better than untrained hand and untrained mind. As a facility manager, when there is fire hazard in your facility, you cannot be the first person to run away. You will be the last person. You will be the last person. Because there is mustard points which you will have identified and you will have let all the users of the facility know that this is the mustard point for this facility. In case of emergency or fire, everybody should assemble here. Now, who is guiding them? If you are the first person to run out, how will you know if they gathered where the mustard point is? So it is important to know that much is expected from whom much is given. And that is why I thank the fireman very well for, like the vest he wore. He said firemen are heroes. So we agree you are heroes. Even though in Nigeria they don't see you as heroes. But in Europe, they see each and every fireman as hero. And we felt the training you have received from this fireman training. We also transmit you to hero in case of incasity. But you cannot see exactly when and hazard will happen. So if somebody fell into the well, they will say, go and look for fireman. Why can't they enter the well themselves? Septic tank collapse, they look for fireman. It's because they have been trained for all these emergency responses. And they will do better than our untrained hands. At this level, I want to thank all of you for painstakingly listening this morning and taking part in this training. The last part of the training tomorrow is computer as a software training. We're still expecting your trainer from Ede. Is on his way, will soon be here. So when you are coming tomorrow, come with your laptop. You will come with CD-ROMs for each of the software, and we will install for you before you commence the training. Yes, you look at the number of you here and the number of the online. they are not as many as the first time. It means the institution is shouldering the cost of this training. Because the amount of money paid cannot cover this cost. But the institution will shoulder the extra cost caused by this training. So, but we are happy you are here, and we feel that tomorrow we will still be here to round up the training. There is still opportunity for photograph, group photograph, as we did yesterday. Individual photograph can be taken there, group photograph can be taken outside for memory purposes. Thank you very much.